to all the terrific colleagues of mine at the Secretariat for the great teamwork that has gone into the preparation of this dialogue and of Climate Week. With that, I now invite Noura Hamlaji, Deputy Executive Secretary at the UNFCCC Secretariat, to deliver her welcome remarks. Deputy Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme, both here in person and also online, as we heard. I will be brief because you will have a lot of work to do. Allow me to start by thanking our host, the Government of Panama, for their kind and warm hospitality, our UN colleagues also, the representatives of numerous observer constituencies that I see also in the room, and other partners for their support. We are all aware of the urgency of climate action. We are just as aware that we cannot risk leave people behind. It is not moral or politically sustainable. A just transition is essential if we are to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. The topic of this third dialogue will reflect more deeply on how this can be achieved while building climate resilience. Adaptation is essential in the face of mounting impacts from climate change. Ensuring that adaptation and climate resilience measures are aligned with just transition pathways is equally essential if they are to be effective. This dialogue is an opportunity to share experiences, to say what policies and approaches work in enhancing adaptation while advancing on just transition pathways. It is also a valuable space to reflect on ways in which all actors and all segments of society can be empowered to ensure that adaptation and resilience efforts are fair, are inclusive, and also leave no one behind, ensuring the active engagement of all, particularly the most vulnerable among us. I invite you to use this space to exchange among parties and hear from a much wider range of stakeholders. And it is an opportunity to focus on means of implementation, including climate finance, who it reaches and how it reaches them. I would like to emphasize that a substantive decision under the UAE Just Transition Work Programme will be a key pillar of the COP30 outcome. So as you engage in discussions over the next 2 days, during the breakout discussions, in World Cafe sessions, or also in plenary, I invite you to be mindful of this deadline and the work we need to do before Belém. Looking towards Belém, this third dialogue, together with the fourth one, to take place later in this year, are timely opportunities to capitalize on, as they give you the space to delve deeper into the elements of the work program. The reflections and experiences on opportunities, on best practices, actionable solutions, on challenges and barriers that you will hear over the next day and a half, as well as how this discussion can be translated into concrete and tangible outcomes, can be essential stepping stone in paving a smooth road to Belém. With this, I wish you all a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Executive Secretary. I now invite Ms. Ana Aguilar, Climate Operations Director and Lead Climate Negotiator of Panama, to deliver her welcome remarks on behalf of our host. Anna, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Distinguished delegates, friends, colleagues, we want to welcome to Panama indeed. We want to believe that the road to Belém starts here in Panama, and that's why we are honored to host this dialogue This dialogue is also kind of those dialogues that we believe now that is like the new loss and damage conversations, the new topic that we should take in consideration, that we should really take forward for moving negotiations. This will be a fundamental piece for the future agreements, considering also that the next COP, the Brazilian presidency wants to make it an implementation COP. And just considering this will actually means that we need to work how can people get there. And in that sense, we want to also highlight that just transition for us is not just about decarbonizing economies, but it's about transforming societies, ensuring that no one is left behind, and that every step that we take to confront the climate crisis also advances human dignity, justice, and resilience. Adaptations and resilience must be central pillars in this process. Here in Latin America, as many other parts of the world, we know that climate impacts are not just coming, but they are here. But there is also the strength of the people is also here. The indigenous communities, farmers, women, youth, who are just not vulnerable groups, but are powerful agents of solutions. So we must consider them in our decisions. This transition must uplift them. It must ensure that every adaptation measure, from resilient infrastructure to social protection systems, becomes a platform from rights. The right of housing, to health, to decent work, and yes, a right to a clean and healthy and sustainable environment. Let's not lose focus of the big picture. And it must strengthen also food systems, safeguard livelihoods, protect cultures. We must invest in people, particularly in those due to geography, poverty, and historical inclusion, have the most to lose from both climate crisis and poorly designed transitions. So we should make this transition matters. We should make this transition to be a transformative one that does not allow to go back to our previous positions. Here we gather not only to exchange views, but to define action. The time is short, to listen across sectors and generations, to create a shared space where finance, technology, and knowledge flow in support of those in the front lines, and to make this process, the Just Transition World Program, a true engine for transformation across the UNFCCC. Panama stands ready for support this work, not just today, but in every step towards a future that is more resilient, inclusive, and just. Thank you, and let's go to work.
Thank you very much, Anna, for those powerful, inspiring words. And as I said, very grateful for everything that the team from Panama has done to get us all here today. Thank you. And finally, it's now my pleasure to invite Elchin Avaderiv, Senior Negotiator from the COP29 Presidency, for his welcome remarks. Elchin, you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Damien, and thank you for inviting us and allowing us to deliver opening remarks to the third dialogue under the Just Transition Work Program. I thank to our host and the whole UNFCCC Secretariat team, and also SB chairs for convening this dialogue under the topic of approaches to enhancing adaptation and climate resilience in the context of just transition. While harsh realities of climate change persist for many, adaptation and climate resilience are no longer choices, but a matter of survival for some. Without addressing these urgent needs, discussions on transitions cannot be meaningful or just for everyone equally. Therefore, it would be fair to say that adaptation, resilience, and just transitions are inextricably linked. It's imperative to ensure that people have the tools, capacity, and capabilities to cope with disruption, whether those disruptions arise from climate impacts or from the measures we take to address them, including those aimed at accelerating transitions. While transition to low and zero-emission economies is critical for addressing climate change, the question of how to transit, how benefit from this transition, and how to ensure that no one is left behind without falling into the trap of unequal cost-benefit sharing. In this context, a just transition must be more than a slogan. It must be a guiding principle, one that spans the entire spectrum of climate action, including adaptation and resilience building. Distinguished colleagues, since the very beginning of our COP29 presidency, we have prioritized adaptation, resilience, and related matters in our agenda. We have consistently given special attention to these issues in our dialogues with parties and relevant stakeholders. Through extensive consultation with our counterparts, we identify key deliverables in this field and focused on building bridges to enable a cohesive and inclusive outcome. As a result of these collective efforts, we successfully established Baku Adaptation Roadmap to drive progress toward achieving the global goal on adaptation. We also launched a Baku high-level dialogue on adaptation, which will be convened on the margins of each CMA. This platform will help discuss global adaptation efforts and provide the necessary political attention and support that adaptation so urgently needs. We believe it's essential that the next round of NDCs include a clear vision for adaptation and climate resilience efforts, along with a transparent outline of the support needed for their implementation. This brings us to the means of implementation. No just transition is possible without the right enabling conditions. The availability of finance and access to it are key elements to empower those in need so they can advance their climate actions without compromising their survival efforts. Without this, communities that are in need of support will continue to face disproportionate hardship in confronting the severe impacts of climate change. In this context, Baku Finance Goal collectively agreed at COP29, aiming to mobilize at least $300 billion USD per year by 2035, also aiming to scale up funding up to 1.3 trillion USD by 2035, holds a significant potential to provide the funding necessary to support just transition efforts. However, mere adoption of the finance goal is only the beginning, not the delivery itself. We must now focus on implementing the decisions we collectively agreed upon in Baku. We must translate means into ends, fulfilling the promises made at COP29 with concrete action plans. I am confident that participants today and tomorrow will address this issue during the discussion, along with the key elements on the agenda of the third dialogue. I am sure that we will conclude this dialogue with a wealth of shared ideas and knowledge that will contribute to our collective efforts to advance UAE Just Transition Work Programme, realizing its full potential through inclusive and comprehensive decision to be deliberated next month. I am personally looking forward to the insights that today's and tomorrow's discussions will bring. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elchin. And before I pass over to the SBI chair, I know that our Deputy Executive Secretary needs to attend another event, so we'll just let her go off to that. Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, now I have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Julia Gardner, Chair of the Subsidiary Body for Implementation. Although Julia can't be with us in person today, she's connected virtually, and so I'd like to please do join me in welcoming her as she introduces the third dialogue under the Just Transition Work Programme.
Thank you very much, Damon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Colleagues, hello. I'm so pleased to be here. First, good morning to everyone attending in person in Panama, and also hello to everyone joining us virtually from around the world. I know it's very early for some of you and very late for others, including me. So please forgive me if I stumble a little bit. But thank you all for making the time for this really important discussion. Thank you also for the previous speakers, for your wise opening remarks and for setting the context for this meeting. As the chair of the subsidiary body for implementation, I am pleased to welcome you all to the third dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. My apologies that I cannot be there in person. I had very much hoped to make it, but it's not to be this time. But I look forward to following as much of the dialogue as the timeframes allow from here in Australia. I also want to extend a very warm welcome on behalf of the chair of the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice, Ambassador Adonia Abaire. He will be joining later in the dialogue. And I want to extend our joint thanks to the Government of Panama for their hosting of Climate Week and this mandated event, and to the Secretariat and the organisational team for bringing us all together. There's a huge amount of work that goes into these events, and it's very much appreciated. Colleagues, as others have said, this is an important year for Just Transitions. As we respond to the urgent need to accelerate climate action, we know that implementing Just Transitions is essential. There is, of course, no one-size-fits-all approach to climate action, and we must leave no one behind. Expectations and momentum are building for strong outcomes under the Just Transitions Work Programme this year, making this third dialogue even more timely. I strongly encourage all of you to make the most of the next day and a half, both in the formal sessions of the dialogue and also in conversation with each other in the sidelines. We need to set the stage to make swift progress at SB 62 this year in just a couple of weeks, in order to deliver a meaningful outcome on this important topic this year. To do so, we must deepen our common understanding of what Just Transitions entails across different contexts. As Damon said at the opening, this dialogue will focus on approaches to enhancing adaptation and climate resilience in the context of Just Transitions. Adonia and I selected this topic after considering submissions from parties, observers, and non-party stakeholders, and hearing views from heads of delegation at an informal consultation in March that we convened. It was made clear to us that space should be given to look at the connection between ensuring just transitions and adaptation planning and implementation. And this message is enforced in the findings of the IPCC. The Sixth Assessment Synthesis Report states that prioritising equity, climate justice, social justice, inclusion, and just transition processes can enable adaptation. And it also notes that adaptation actions with a focus on equity, social justice, and inclusivity lead to more sustainable outcomes, reduce trade-offs, support transformative change, and enhance climate resilient development. So due consideration of this topic is critical. Our evolution towards climate resilient societies must be inclusive and benefit everyone, including those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So I'm going to turn now to the format of our discussions. This is the first Just Transitions Work Programme dialogue for 2025, and as you know, it's being conducted both in person and virtually. This dialogue will provide an opportunity to share views and exchange experiences. We will touch on approaches for integrating just transition considerations into adaptation planning and implementation, including through inclusive processes, strengthening social protection systems, and supporting locally led adaptation. We'll also look at ensuring no one is left out, particularly those most affected by climate action and impacts. This includes workers, local communities, Indigenous peoples, women, youth, and historically marginalised groups whose voices and knowledge are essential in shaping just and effective adaptation responses. The dialogue will also allow for reflection on the role international cooperation and means of implementation can play as enablers of just transition pathways, as the previous speakers mentioned, and the role of the Just Transition Work Programme in enhancing synergies within and outside intergovernmental processes and in delivering concrete outcomes. By unpacking these critical issues and sharing experiences, best practices and actionable outcomes, we can work towards just transitions that leave no one behind. I wish you all the very best for the dialogue. I will follow along as I can. And I look forward to learning from all of you on how to enhance adaptation and climate resilience in the context of just transitions. And I also look forward to making swift progress to deliver strong outcomes when we meet in Bonn for SB62 in just a couple of weeks. Thank you very much and welcome again. And over to you, Damon.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the very useful framing, and thanks also to yourself and the Substitute Chair for the guidance that you provided in shaping the dialogue that we're all here to participate in today. It's been incredibly valuable. So now we're down to business with the next part of the dialogue. We've had the introductions, and now it's time to roll up our sleeves, so to speak. So I'd like to introduce the format of our first session for today, which will be the World Cafe session. And this will be taking place in this room and also in our virtual rooms. And you'll see down the back of the room some flipboards and other accessories to help us with that exercise. So if you bear with me, I'd just like to spend a little bit of time explaining how this is going to work, both in the room here and virtually, so we're all clear about how we're going to spend our next couple of hours. So really the purpose of this session is to provide an informal space for more focused interaction between all of you, between experts and the broad range of participants we have here with us today. We're quite deliberately using this modality to give you all the chance to engage actively early in the dialogue, to draw energy from each other, from your experiences and ideas. It's intended to be the opposite of a formal negotiation setting. We're trying to bring the informality of the World Cafe sessions that we've tried in the previous dialogue and received a lot of positive feedback in terms of it providing a chance to really dig deeper and have open conversations about the dialogue topic before us. So logistically, there will be 9 tables set up around 3 different topics, with three tables per topic, 2 in person and 1 virtual per topic. There will be facilitators stationed at each of the tables, in person and virtually. And they're all fellow participants here at the dialogue and all from non-party stakeholder organisations. After each round of discussions, participants will change tables to join another World Cafe table. Over the course of the session, 3 sessions within our broader session, all participants will be able to attend tables dedicated to all 3 topics of discussion. We're trying to maximise your opportunity for engagement across all topics. For each topic, there are guiding questions that you will have seen in the agenda in parallel. And for those of you here in person, you're free to self-select, to choose the order and tables that you wish to sit at during each of the 3 rounds. Please don't go all to the same table. Please spread yourselves out across the 3 tables. And facilitators will stay stationed at 1 table attached to a topic throughout your rotations. And then we're encouraging you to move from one topic and tables to the next, stretch your legs and move around before the next session. For those of us joining virtually, so this isn't a hybrid, everything happening in here is in person, and then we have parallel tables happening virtually. Participants in our virtual rooms will be automatically assigned to a virtual space that will allow you to follow discussions at the 3 virtual tables. So please, those in the virtual room, stay where you are on this link that you're on. Don't leave it. And once I conclude the explanation, there'll be a magic button pressed and you'll be allocated automatically, randomly, to 3 different rooms. And as I say, it's a random exercise, it's not pre-allocation. At the end of the session, each participant will therefore have attended a session on each of the 3 topics. Each round of discussion will run for approximately 40 minutes, so at each of the topic tables. And then after that, we'll have a short 5-minute break in between the first and second rounds to move around and to be changed, for the change to happen virtually with facilitators, moving from one virtual room to the other. And we'll have a slightly longer 15-minute coffee break between the second and third rounds. After the third and last round, we'll reconvene here in plenary setting in the same room for a plenary session at approximately 11:45 to hear short report backs from our facilitators on your discussions. We'll then have a chance to provide, you will have a chance to provide any additional reflections after report backs on each of the 3 topics. So we'll be doing one topic, discussion, second topic, discussion, etc. For those of you online, you'll need to rejoin the plenary link provided. At the conclusion of the report backs and reflections, it will then be 1 o'clock. We'll then have a lunch break from 1 until 2 o'clock. So thanks for the patience with a fairly long explanation. Hopefully that's clear. We're going to have members of the Secretariat team here and floating around at the tables here and also on our virtual spaces to support and help with any questions as we go. But I encourage you to use the opportunity of the modality of the World Cafes to really dive into the discussions, be open and collaborative in ideas and experiences that you're sharing, and your facilitators will guide you further once you're at your tables. And I encourage you to enjoy it and engage openly, actively and creatively as we go. So with that, I thank you and allow you to select your tables here, and for those online to wait for the automatic allocation that will happen in our virtual space. Thanks very much, everyone. You can all get up now.
బ్యాగ్లో ఉన్నది. ఈ ఆ బ్యాగ్లో బ్రౌన్ బ్యాగ్లో.
Hello, everyone. Just sorry to interrupt your discussions. Just a time check. It's 10 past now. We're looking to finish up at the current tables in 10 minutes, 20 past 10. So just encourage, if there's additional points you really want to reflect on the flip charts, to use the next 10 minutes to get those down. And then we'll call it in 10 minutes for the rotation. Thanks very much. Hello again, everyone. That was a quick, sorry to interrupt, that was a quick 10 minutes, but we'd like to wrap up the first round of tables now. So I just ask everyone to finish up the points they're making, and then we do our first, we'll have a little short break to rotate to next round of tables. Thanks. Hi again, everyone. If everyone could make their way to the next World Cafe tables, do the rotation, go to a different table, and we're going to put the flip charts over from the last one, or stick them on the wall and make a start on the second one as soon as we can. Thanks.
Maria, I think you are in mute.
Yeah, we could not hear
Sorry.
you, Maria. That's fine.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for Florida for pointing out all the workers that are at the front of adaptation, of all the adaptation procedures, and yes, definitely universal basic income, health services, education services, growing up skills, all of that will. It's very important to build all this resilience that we need. Thank you. Someone else would like to contribute? How can another best practice, any shock responsive design that you have implemented, climate risk informed targeting or planning, integrated systems? How can we provide also public employment programs? Any anticipatory actions, social protection systems? Example, multi-hazard planning. Have Dr. Anirudh, do you run the committee? Okay, so let's try the second question about the early warning systems and disaster risk reduction, especially for us in the global south. These topics are very important, and I would like to know if there's, as I was saying, any experiences and how are we implementing these early warning systems? How are we making more inclusive the disaster risk reduction plans? If anyone wants to come in with these topics. Or any other. Multi-hazard planning or interagency coordination. Yes, Flavia, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, no, just I don't want to occupy the space of other people, but if we are here, but maybe we can go a little bit deep and dive in some of the measures that we are proposing as women and gender constituency, or as younger, or as other parties, and to see the possibility and the methodology for going for them. I don't know, it's just a proposal, I don't know.
Yes, please.
Maybe we can face this aspect of how to recognize and how to socially protect the workers who are on the front line of adaptation. For example, when there is extreme events, how, of course, we have like a peak of needed of workers, how we can keep them working during the not the peak event, but in a good condition. So if we can, I don't know, maybe brainstorming on that, especially to treat them in a fair way. they really need the protection for the construction, for the street cleaners. Yeah, so maybe this is really related with universal basic income. Do we have the possibility from the state to engage on that, or if not in a very specific, strong way, but in some way with this universalism that is needed for the social protection from the side of income and from the side of services. So that's the.
Yes, I think Hugo would like to come in and on this topic. Over Hugo. Please. Mhm. From Junko?
I think he's trying to speak, but he's not audible. I saw him unmuted himself.
Yes. Thank you. I think he's trying to. Meanwhile, someone else want to contribute on the proposed topic from Laura. Yeah. How can we develop these policies to protect these workers during the extreme events? No, that are unprotected because usually the systems are strengthened in the community at the community level, but then the workers are left or overseen. Yes, as the lady.
Yes, hi, I'm Lily from Switzerland. Very good to see everyone. I remain silent because I think Switzerland is perhaps not the most relevant example when it comes to social protection. I think the questions that you were addressing don't exactly match, but I just wanted to contribute to the discussion as well. Maybe bring you to the Swiss perspective, which is a bit different. But what comes to mind first when we talk about social protection is maybe more, I think in a European context, we're very much affected by heat waves, especially in urban context. And when I think of social protection here, it comes to mind efforts that we've been undertaking in certain cantons and cities like Geneva and Basel, with regards to providing targeted social protection for vulnerable groups, including the elderly or low-income households in the context of heat. And specifically that's taken on board in our adaptation plans when it comes to heat action plans. And I think having a certain lens looking at vulnerability in certain vulnerable households. And that includes, for example, public cooling spaces or mobile care units. I also wanted to raise, maybe as another perspective, the question of insurance. So in Switzerland, we're exploring how insurance systems can incentivize investments and support workers transitioning from high-risk sectors. I think increasingly insurance companies are recognizing that climate change will alter the hazard situation, and therefore prevention measures also need to include providing advice to homeowners, and that can be tips on installing storm-resistant shutters or protecting basement windows against surface runoffs. Again, it's not exactly fitting the theme of social protection, but I think that the role of insurance companies is quite interesting. So what we see in Switzerland is that cantonal building insurance organizations have provided and invested around 80 million Swiss francs per year in property protection measures. Others are trying to get involved in protection at an earlier stage, planning phase. So for example, one of the insurance company in my country offers customers a natural hazard radar that they can use to carry out an informed site and property analysis. So again, I think that's maybe another dimension of looking at social protection. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Lydie. Definitely all sectors are relevant, and together we can build resilience from different angles. And I think this is very important to see the perspective of the insurance companies, which are also developing these new products and innovative financial products also for disasters. Thank you. And I will see if Hugo can come in again. Yes. Or if not, we'll go to 30. Claver.
Hello, good afternoon or morning. I hope you can hear me well. This is Ferdi indeed from the Netherlands, and also as part of the EU group. Of course, I just wanted to contribute to this timely discussion. And for us, it was really important, the UAE consensus, to have the recognition of social protection as part of climate action as a key milestone. It also echoes how ILO highlighted in their policy brief on this topic, social protection and just transition, the importance of social protection as a long-term success for climate action, and how it depends really on how well people's rapidly and frequently changing needs in the face of intensified risks. And I think we discussed a few already and addressed some, and how to adverse impact and ensure that we have new work requirements due to the transition at hand. So it's definitely these sort of social protection schemes are cross-cutting and also have multiple benefits, not only to build resilience, but also to actively facilitate the transition to net zero and climate resilient societies, and as an enabler as well for both adaptation and mitigation efforts, for example, by coupling income support with climate and environment goals. And it can be applied to climate resilient urban planning, sustainable food systems, clean energy and transport, all could contribute to decreasing social inequality and climate change impacts on health, well-being, involuntary migration, as well as improving mental health. Also, a few examples heard on that front. Clearly there's a need to include social protection measures in the just transition.
Hello everyone, sorry to interrupt again. It's that time, 10-minute call for this current rotation. So 10 more minutes, we'll finish at the top of the hour. Thanks.
To transform social protection. So it could indeed be this key enabler, as aforementioned. So certainly, and when we talk about that how, social protection systems, including social inclusion policies, have to be updated, reviewed, and where applicable, adapted in line of the impacts of climate change, tailor-made, and of the transition to climate resilient societies, in particular to provide for income security, notably during job-to-job transitions and in coping with climate impacts. So it's also about adequate social health and care services to prevent unemployment, social exclusion, address health risks, to prevent and combat social exclusion of children, investing in social infrastructure for children that should aim to ensure access to services for children in need. So these sort of systems should be leveraged in a way to enhance targeting of vulnerable groups, to leave no one behind during the transition progress, making use of existing social registries to channel support faster and more efficiency to those most affected by climate risks, including social protection in national climate policies and commitments such as NDCs and NAPs. In order to ensure financing and guiding the design of policies towards just transition and much needs to be done on the dimension of NDBs in that regard as well, but also countries, and to develop this robust social protection mechanism. So that's our sort of overall view on that sense, just to contribute to that point, to the discussion here as well. And thanks so much for the examples provided thus far.
Thank you, Ferdy. Definitely, we'll need to connect the dots, and also the policies, the NAPs, and the NDCs will ensure the financing that we require to implement all the cross-cutting and interventions that you mentioned. Thank you. So let's go to Tina, please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Perfect. Just to add on to the discussion in terms of connecting the dots, I think data integration is a very key factor that can strengthen social protection. So having single repositories where data from public institutions and private institutions, that could be SMEs, that could be research organizations, universities, and that could, these data repositories looking at weather patterns that are coming in future. So that's looking at possible droughts or floods that are coming in. And I say this from experience, having lived in Cape Town when it became, possibly became the city to lose its water, shut down its water because of the extreme drought. And the issue that was seen there was that there was just too many data points, but they were very split and siloed. So using this as an opportunity for public-private partnerships. Normally that private-public partnerships are discussed in terms of finance and means of implementation, but looking at other ways that you could strengthen collective efforts and using data that can really help, and including the insurance policies. For example, in Kenya, they use data that's aggregated to support households that are really reliant on agriculture and give them money to be able to withstand any loss of income that can come because of droughts. So just want to highlight the point of data integration and using, getting different players to come together and actually look at these data points and seeing how they can support households through that.
Thank you very much. Definitely having registries updated and integrated data, especially during emergencies, is very important. And thank you for raising that up. Andreas, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Andreas Iversen, and I'm from Denmark. That's part of the European Union. And yeah, just following Ferdy's remarks, I maybe want to share some examples from the European Union and also from my own country, Denmark. So in the European Union, we actually have legal obligations on social protection. So social protection can reduce the impact of climate-induced extreme events on households and individuals by reducing income poverty and by that decreasing vulnerability. So EU member states actually have a legal obligation to guarantee social protection as it is included in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is part of the Treaty of the Function of the European Union. So just wanted to share that. And then also in my own country, Denmark, maybe a bit a more concrete example would be that we have developed a model for social vulnerability of flooding. So as part of the third cycle of implementation of the floods directive, the Danish Coastal Authority has for the first time now introduced a model of social vulnerability in addition to the estimation of economic damages that is already included in the previous model. Social vulnerability in this case is measured as experienced social consequences of flooding, including the loss of access to critical services such as medical care, emergency services, or power outages. Municipalities with areas appointed as risk areas of flooding in Denmark are required to develop these risk management plans and send them to the Danish Coastal Authority. So that was just a brief example of social vulnerability in Denmark and how we are handling it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andreas. And I would like to ask how I don't know if you know how these systems and all the social services are diversified or if they have a specific supports from to different groups, population groups or vulnerable groups. I mean, if there is a differentiation or it's the same for all population. In other words, how are they integrating the different vulnerabilities in the population? Yeah. You know?
I'm not quite sure I follow your question. Could you maybe repeat it?
Yes, if you know that in the EU, all this social protection system have the same approach to the whole population, or do you have the differentiated or diverse systems for depending on the type
Hi
of
again, everyone.
or
It's
the
11 o'clock.
vulnerability of the
So
population.
we're going to wrap up your tables
Okay, thank
now.
you.
And you've
to be
done well
honest,
and earned
I'm not
a
an
15-minute
expert
coffee break.
within this area, but
And we'll come back
it is part of
into the room for our final
fundamental
round
rights
at 11:15.
included in the charter.
Thanks.
So it's part of the fundamental rights in the European Union. And as I understand it, it is each member state of the European Union should follow and implement these rights. But I'm not sure whether there could be some differentiations in each member state. But maybe some other EU colleagues have some other insights as well.
Thank you, thank you. And well, we only have like a couple of minutes left, and just try again with Jungo if they could come in, or if they and fix their microphone, and we can hear you now. It's closed.
Apologies for interruption. The session is closed. Please, everyone stay in the room. Yes, and the new session begins shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your participation. We'll see you at the plenary session.
Hi, hi. Are we starting now or are we waiting for the 15 minutes to end?
Yes, now we have a coffee break and we will resume at 11:15 Panama time.
All right.
In 7 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Just to ensure we start in time and that we'll have enough time for our discussion. So I'd like to welcome you to this session. My name is Okoko Felicitas, and I'll be your facilitator for this World Profitable focused on people and communities. And I'm honored to hold space for you today, not just as your moderator, but also someone grounded in the realities and resistance of frontline communities. So for this session, we aren't just about generating inputs, we are about reimagining what a just transition truly means when it is defined by the people most impacted. So too often when we talk about people and communities, we speak about them in abstract terms. But today I call on you to speak from them and all real people. Those are the indigenous people, those are the land defenders, fisher folks, women farmers, informal workers, youth organizers, and people living with disabilities. Those who are not just experiencing the crisis, but also helping shape solutions. So I'll ask us to go beyond centering people and ask ourselves how we share power, how we shape resources, and how we build adaptation systems that communities can lead and trust. So our discussion will revolve around 4 guiding questions, which has been shared in the chat box. And for the first round of questions, we'll have what approaches, especially community-based ones, can ensure the design, implementation, communication, monitoring, and evaluation of adaptation policies that are inclusive, right-based, and gender-responsive? So here we can share examples, best practices, or challenges in ensuring that people not only participate, but influence adaptation plans. So I'd like to encourage you to make this session as interactive as possible. I'd also like to urge you to use the chat box. Feel free to raise your hand if you have something to contribute to the conversation. Feel free to use the chat box and it will be reviewed periodically. And I'm looking forward to hearing your views on this. So how can we, what approaches, especially community-based ones, can ensure the design, implementation, communication, monitoring, and evaluation of adaptation policies that are inclusive, right-based, and gender-responsive? So I'd like to invite anyone who feels like going first. Or also, if possible, I'll just call out maybe a name and you can kickstart us off. I am hoping that you guys will be more courageous after that. So I think I can start with Tino Chikwan. I'm really sorry about the pronunciation, but Tino from Yungo, if you can hear us.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Yes, sorry, please just repeat the question again.
Sorry. The question has been shared in the chat box. So we have what approaches, including community-based approaches, can be used to ensure the most inclusive design, implementation, communication, and evaluation of locally led adaptation policies that are right-based and gender responsive.
Yes. So I think normally what happens, and when we are speaking or when we hear discourses around just transition, especially when it's coming from communities, there's always the complaint that just transitions are being done from a top-down approach rather than bottom-up. And even when we look at, for example, funding opportunities where we have people or we have organizations opening calls for the projects they want to fund, and they have every right to determine the priorities that they want to fund, because that is dependent on the value and the focus of their work. But I think a way that we can strengthen community-based approaches is going in, starting from a community-based research approach, where we actually go into the communities and actually ask them, what is it that you are struggling with what is it that you want us to focus on, and letting them lead, and then using that as a foundation for the approaches that we can use is a good and a strong approach. Just to give an example, there's a fishing community in Ghana, and through a community-based research approach, there was the aspect of some moving the fish being difficult, and now there's issues of food waste, and it affects their livelihoods. And they've managed, through cooperating, there was an organization that worked with the community, and through cooperating with them, they actually managed to build infrastructure that helped them. I think the biggest innovation out of that was freezers that are shaped as barrels, because barrels was the the portable mechanism that they used to move their goods, and shaping that and turning that into a freezer was a good way that actually helped them reduce their food waste, and actually cuts down on emissions, cuts down on the cost that they use, and actually it strengthened their livelihood. So I think focusing and starting from the communities first was a good approach.
Hi, everyone.
That we
Hope
just
you
mentioned,
had a good chance to have a short break over the coffee.
implementation,
But if we could, everyone move
and actually ensures that
into
money
their
goes
final
towards the right
groups.
things.
So the topic that you haven't been to in the previous two,
Thank you so much.
and we're going to start
Anyone else would
very,
like to
very
go,
shortly.
or should I just pick the next person? So, Florida from the WGC.
Yeah, actually, when we go to thinking about the people and communities, as Tino already highlighted, I think that we really need to go back and think about the previous informed consent in a framework of the just transition. When we deal with transitional and critical minerals, we really need to think about that. We need to have the consensus of people in vulnerable situations, especially when they are close to the sacrifice lands. So this is bringing to the other question about the land use, and how we need to deal with the land use and in a fair and just way. And we think from the women and gender constituency that we really need to have these gender profile policies that are including women and gender diverse people at each stage of the planning. So we cannot involve these rights holders just at beginning, at the end, or just at the end. We need to have a continuous involvement of the communities, and especially women and diverse people that are most of the time on the front line when there is an extreme event or an issue of adaptation. And then we as well, we think that in the planning and design and implementation, we need to go out from the just the expert approach, and we need to go more on the people approach. And for doing that, we need to be able to in some way to integrate the gender responsive monitoring and evaluation system, and build the local capacities with the gender data collection and analysis for going at. And this is bringing us as well to another aspect that we are working within in a connection with the Human Rights and Climate Change Working Group, that is related to this initiative to have a global people assemblies, and we at the local level, at the national level, and beyond. And this is really that we really
Okay, we're
think
at
that the
25 past
grassroots
11,
and
so
no
please do
indigenous knowledge
start at your
and
tables.
local
And if you
knowledge
can encourage others coming into the room to join
key for
tables. As I said
facing
earlier,
the just
join
transition,
the table you haven't
especially
been to in
in
terms
an
of a different
adaptation
topic.
framework.
And
So
we've
this is
got about
a little bit what we would like to
35-ish
share,
minutes
just for
to
synthesize,
this table. So we
really
do
to
need to make
give
a start so
a
we can
big
hear all of
role to
your
the grassroots
additional
organization, to the
perspectives and
indigenous knowledge,
ideas on
and
the table you haven't been to. So encourage everyone to please
indigenous
start
knowledge
as soon as
and
possible.
to the
Thanks.
free previous informed consent when we need to think when we are in the situation of exploitation of transitional and critical minerals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for it. I am so sorry. I apologize in advance for my pronunciation of your names. So we have Tiago Sameiro.
Hi, hello. Yes, I'm
Hi.
Tiago. Hi. I'm Tiago Sameiro from Portugal, and as a member of the European Union, and if it is okay for you, I will start to give you a general overview of our position on peoples and communities, and then after we'll give you some specific examples, okay? So, as the IPPC emphasizes, adaptation strategies can worsen social and economic inequities, including gender, unless explicit efforts are made to change those unequal power dynamics, including space to foster inclusive decision-making. Therefore, in the transition to a climate-resilient society, it is crucial that we design, implement, monitor, and evaluate just transition measures based on whole-of-society approaches that we are characterized by broad stakeholder engagement with and leadership by impacted communities, including women, indigenous peoples, local communities, youth, persons with disabilities, migrants, and people in vulnerable situations due to a range of socioeconomic factors. In particular, to be truly fair and inclusive, a just transition should include human rights-based, intersectional, and gender transformative approaches. Such approaches integrate the challenges and needs of women and those facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination in their just transition, while also valuing the role, knowledge, and leadership of these groups in fostering a just transition. Moreover, these approaches put social protection care, including the role and revaluing of paid and unpaid care work, and well-being at the center, as well as the respect, promotion, and fulfillment of all human rights, including but not limited to the right to health, the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, equally and non-discrimination, intergenerational equity, labor rights, and decent work, promoting inclusion and equality. Such inclusive approaches help build social trust and ensure the broad support required for the transition to climate-resilient society. Moreover, drawing upon indigenous and local knowledge can contribute to overcoming the combined challenges of climate change, food security, biodiversity, conservation, and combating desertification and land degradation. Finally, for example, we welcome the integration of just transition approaches into NAPs as proposed in the updated NAP technical guidelines, ensures that adaptation efforts are equitable, inclusive, and socially sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tiago, for pointing out such crucial points. We have Saikat Das from Yongo. Saikat?
Thank you so much for giving the dice. The thing is, the true achievement for climate resilience, we must shift our paradigm. So I'm from Yongo and representing the transition working group. So we have some of the parameters that we always focused into. So when we speak about shifting our paradigm, so from fragmented interventions to a system thinking approach, climate adaptation doesn't just occur in a vacuum, right? So it intersects with local economies, biodiversity, cultural values, historical injustice, health system, and governance structure. Addressing these elements as an independent ecosystem, not in silos, but of course, it is not just effective, it's more than just. So policy coherence must begin by breaking open the silos that currently isolate climate, social protection, and biodiversity management. Only then we can actually foster the kind of integrated whole of society response that climate adaptation demands. So, but thinking system is hollow without community co-led leaderships, right? So too often, affected communities are invited in after the priorities have already been set up. So we must reverse this dynamic. Adaptation policies must co-create with communities, particularly those on the forefront of climate change, indigenous people, small holders of farmers, informal workers, and urban poor. So those are the most important aspects, like elements of the society we should look onto. And this means including community leaders in every stage, from design to monitoring, conducting community-led vulnerability assessments and research, offering capacity building, translation services, and fair compensation for participation. All of the above guaranteeing their right to land, culture, and governance. So those crucial four pillars we have to always see. And to institutionalize, we propose a framework of social environmental safeguard. This framework should be like adaptable to national and local context, enabled in legislation actually, guarantee community rights and ecosystems integrations, ensure free prior and informed consent for decisions, and strengthen like territorial and climate governance. So those are the important pillars in terms of sub pillars for the previous one that I spoke about. If we take a concrete example, we have Cape Town, South Africa. So there is a communicare project, regenerated community. Um, so they have the community-owned land in Rutherwatch and Brooklyn. Local landowners actually partnered with surrounding communities, integrating their needs, knowledge, and aspirations into the project. The results, not just restored land, but also revitalization of relationship between people and places. So the model of co-governance, shared benefit, and long-term stewardship, actually it came across as well. Yes, and interconnected thinking, inclusive leadership, and grounded safeguards that no one should be left behind are the most important part, the entire scenario. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saikat. So we have Paros, but before she goes, we have around 12 minutes remaining. So it will be okay if you also consider the other two questions as you gave your opinion so that we can have feedback from across the four questions, if that's all right. So Paros, lady.
Yes, thanks so much. Yes, I wanted to come back to react to a few of the interventions that also highlighted the importance of taking communities into account from the beginning and the conception phase. And that's also our experience in Switzerland. As elsewhere, we see that adaptation action, just transition action is also quite locally and regionally based. And so we've taken it at heart to really invest in collaboration with subnational entities, namely our cantonal level. So at the federal level, we have an action plan for adaptation that contains 75 different measures. But I think what's interesting is that we have 12 measures that specifically aim to improve the knowledge base and knowledge transfer, as well as the coordination and the support of the implementation. And that's because we understood that as a government, our role is also to make data available to all actors and strengthen opportunities for collaboration. So I also wanted to raise the point of the importance of providing data also so that different actors can act accordingly. Another interesting example that we have is that we have a new climate change adaptation framework, which we put in place actually quite recently this year. And it serves to improve networking, knowledge transfer, and ultimately the implementation of adaptation strategies in the various sectors and at different federal levels. And what's interesting, I think, is that it also integrates different communities and private sector actors, so namely farmers, the Swiss railways, or building representatives, which represent the economy in the steering group, which is consisting of 14 different members. And I think that's an interesting also example of how to integrate different segments of society, but also private sector and business. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Hi, Clever. You can go ahead.
I think that's me. Yeah, that's
Yes,
Kaver is my surname. Ferry is my first name. So, but indeed, it's a little bit hidden. So I'm from the Netherlands, and I will just give a few EU examples, just three, and then one from my own country, as I'm actually calling now from below sea level, because you know that the Netherlands is is below sea level. So I think one on the access to information and public participation and these sort of things. So we have actually this as an EU, we have adhered to these principles that to make sure that everybody has this access to information, what's happening, the state of environment, policies, measures affecting the environment, public health and safety. So it's all integrated and part of our system. Then I see there's one question on indigenous people. Well, within the EU, there's one indigenous people group, namely the Sami people, and that's in Lapland, in the north of Scandinavia. And there we also, Finland and Sweden, for example, they are using their knowledge together with scientists. So they are creating, for example, the Sami Climate Council in Finland, where they are representing an independent expert body, providing statements and advice and reviews of national policies. So that's really helpful to make sure that we also can benefit from their insights and ways of looking into how to coexist with nature. And then from the Netherlands, as I mentioned, how our population live below sea level, and it's one big data. And maybe going back to my Swiss league before, it was more in it's more mountainous area, and then it's essentially very flat and one big delta. So already in 1255, so going way back, we have this sort of local water authorities, which became our first democratic institutions, because we knew that facing water and how to deal with that is we all equal when it comes to adapting to nature. So, and actually it still is. So we vote every 4 years for new local water boards, water authorities, and they essentially accommodate and facilitate bottom-up priorities, and to make sure that via these democratic processes we can actually tackle them. What it does as well, these local water boards, they collect their own tax. So actions then being taken on adaptation side are funded by these taxes. This is not a very popular thing to introduce in countries, but we did so because it was necessary. And we're actually also helping other countries to look into a similar sort of model. And because what we often see when it comes to, for example, dealing with dikes or making sure that the rivers and canals are flowed in a particular way, these are typically not the investments that you look into primarily, and are subjected sometimes by let's say daily political realities. But here we have because we do it in this way, you can actually invest and focus on maintenance of water management infrastructure, which is so needed, but then it's very efficient and cost effective. So this is all due to the sort of, simply due to this democratic process. And maybe there was also one colleague who mentioned about people working in different silos and so forth. Well, part of this democratic local water boards is actually there are people from the agricultural sector, from the nature sector, biodiversity sector, and just simply people who want to be elected and be part of these local water boards. So it's just an example from the Netherlands.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Clever. Right. Sorry. So our second question is on preventing harm and delivering justice. So how can adaptation and resilience measures avoid reinforcing or deepening vulnerabilities and instead maximize benefits for those who are disproportionately affected? So for this question, let's reflect on the risks of exclusion or the unintended consequences. And also, what does harm look like in adaptation? And how do we make sure communities are protected, not displaced or sidelined by adaptation mechanisms? So, anyone? We have Ceres Jones among the participants. Ceres, is there something, would you like to say something? So you are encouraged to put your contributions in the chat box. Feel free to raise your hand if you have a contribution or if you'd like to add anything more to what we have going on or to what someone else has said. We have Flori there from the Women and Gender constituency.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much space, but just I think that it's important to use this. I think that in respect to the question that you were talking about how to create a mechanism, we really need to appeal to the public investment at the beginning in the form of grants for the adaptation measures, because it's the loans is not possible. Is for the surviving of to the big event. So I think that there is here really for really to mitigate the effect, disproportionate effects on people in most vulnerable situations, including local communities. I guess that I agree that maybe namely in Europe we have just one indigenous communities like this, but we have a lot of local communities as well in some kind of poverty, like access, like transport poverty and so on. So I think that we need really to rescue the local level in the participation, and more than in other items of the climate change, adaptation is very locally driven, and so we really need to give the word and the voice to local community, to local people. Climate Assembly, for example, for highlighting the traditional knowledge, the ancestral knowledge that we have in our lands everywhere, because there is maybe we can rescue the form for solving or facing an extreme events, and so be more resilient. So I think that this is could be just I would just to remind that the 5 tenets of the justice are distribution, recognition, and procedural. And procedural is makes really related with the participation, and from the beginning to the end of the story, from all people, not in an inclusive way. We should not give just the word to experts. Really, the inclusiveness, it's in a deliberative process, it's key here. Thank you, Okoko.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Juan Carlos.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm talking on behalf of the communities that we work as Christian Aid in different regions of the world. I think for minimizing impacts, social, environmental, and economic impacts, I would cover adaptation, but also mitigation and climate resilience. And I think, yeah, what we have found in the work with local communities is that it's very important ensuring a corporate accountability. So ensuring that we have a binding legal standards for the private sector when covering both the mineral supply chains of the mitigation and of the renewable energy industry, and also the covering larger scale renewable energy projects. And also that there have been several concerns on the need for standards and I think also binding regulations of carbon offsetting projects in different regions of the world, including Africa, Sierra Leone, and other, Colombia also. So there it's also necessary a clear regulation on carbon offsetting projects because they have been negative impacts for the communities that traditionally have protected these areas. So yeah, just to emphasize the need for binding regulations for businesses when doing adaptation, but also mitigate climate change mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So to reflect on the risk of exclusion, we've had data and knowledge sharing coming up a lot and trying to include Indigenous people in planning and executing, planning, implementing, and throughout the whole process of creating all these adaptation mechanisms. So I'd like us to reflect on something really shortly, and that is how do we ensure that we break down the data and the knowledge to something that is understandable to these communities and to different contexts, and how do we ensure that this space and becomes accessible to people even from local communities, Indigenous communities, and all these marginalized communities that we are speaking about. So I don't know if Gideon has something to say, but before he goes, I'll just put across the third and the fourth questions. And this is how can Indigenous people know, how can Indigenous people's knowledge, values, and worldviews be integrated in adaptation efforts beyond tokenism? And what are powerful examples of traditional knowledge shaping just transition pathways and enhancing resilience on the ground? So for this moment, I'd like you to uplift lived realities, experiences, traditional practices, and collective wisdom. But let's also ask ourselves, are they being meaningfully resourced, protected, and also compensated? So I don't know if Gideon had something to say, Gideon?
Yes, Felicity. Thank you. I was just adding to the conversation on how to make sure there was no negative impact or effect. But I'll probably just brush through and just go to the question you just asked, how to make sure the data is accessible to these people and meaningful as well. So I'm speaking on behalf of Yongo. I'm part of the Just Transition Working Group, and I work on the policy team. So to make sure there's no negative impact, we believe that by considering social justice in policy design and having a very well-planned and implemented implementation and monitoring, so that because sometimes even when projects take form and they start rolling out, the variabilities that were accounted for might have been underestimated or overestimated, and so there'll be need for us to adjust that. And so, like, I'll just write it on to the next question: how to make data available. And I'm a Ghanaian, and in Ghana, I'm part of the Youth Council on climate. One thing we have been able to do this year, particularly, is to partner with the local council and local authority to be able to identify young people living across the three belts in Ghana. We have the northern belt, the middle belt, and the southern belt. And we've done capacity building training for these young people to be able to take part of the medium-term development plan, which the government is about to start working on for the next term. And that is one way we believe that we can make some of these available for such communities, because indigenous people often are left out because of language, right? There's a language exclusion, and so when we break down implementation strategies to involve them, particularly right at the base, and then we're able to make sure that we are using people who understand their languages to make sure there's a language inclusion. Also, by going down to their level, Sadat already mentioned that free prior informed consent, right? Engaging them in that early stage gives them the rights of FPIC, which ensures that they are consenting with proper knowledge of what is being expected of them, and also integrating scenarios and foresight planning. Most often than not, when we are engaging with indigenous people or engaging with local people, sometimes the gap or the barrier becomes how to marry the two worlds, where we are using scientific data and evidence to marry what they have done for a long time. So we have to be able to find integrating scenarios where we are able to show how the scientific knowledge or research knowledge can coexist with their indigenous knowledge or the indigenous practices that already exist. So from Yango, these are some of the ideas we had on the third question as you asked. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gideon. I don't know if Tino had something to say, because I saw your hand go up for a second.
Yes, thank you. Just to add on the point that my colleague Gideon has just mentioned, and speaking to your point about data and how to translate it to different people, I just want to highlight a very interesting example from Kenya, where indigenous pastoralists were selected as adaptation ambassadors. And essentially, they were chosen to document traditional water access and grazing routes that are taken by their pastoral animals. And this knowledge was taken and integrated in the country's resilience planning and drought preparedness planning. There's also an example out of Canada, where the indigenous community there really value their rice, their wild rice. But as you know,
hello again.
Or as you may not know, rice
this is
does
my
contribute a lot
final
to
10-minute call. So we're
emissions.
going to
And
go
so
for a
they're
maximum of 10
working
minutes more,
closely with a local
finishing no later than
university
12:05.
and
Thanks.
an indigenous owned company to actually look for ways to reduce the emissions in the rice. So that's coming up with adaptations in the rice and seeing what changes can be made to lower the emissions. And through that, you can see you're working with the community and local people. They're the ones that are actually interacting with the data and with the adaptations that are going on hand. And from that point of view, it's easy to actually communicate with other people. You're breaking down those silos and communicating across different sectors with the same data. And I think that's a really good way of working across different groups and working with data and translating it to different people.
Thank you so much. I think we're running out of time. And she'll be preparing for the plenary session. I'd like to thank all of you for your contributions to this virtual room. and to the conversation on people in communities. So last year we witnessed a lot of infringement on human rights, and this year I appreciate that all of you are trying to bring back the focus and centering human rights in adaptation, just transition, mitigation strategies. So thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Thank you so much for contributing, and we'll see you at the plenary session. I hope that you have learned from each other. I hope that you are willing to collaborate with each other, and feel free to connect by the chat if you need to collaborate with someone. Thank you so much. I think Alexandra, is that something? Oh yeah, we still have 5 minutes. We still have 5 minutes. Anyone else would like to share? Right. So let me just read a comment here from Dr. Anirudh Janagam from UNGO's Just Transition Working Group, working with indigenous communities in India. So he's saying that to truly integrate indigenous knowledge, we need more than translation. We need governance inclusion. National and local indigenous knowledge panels can co-shape NAPs, national adaptation plans, dual monitoring systems combining scientific data with oral and seasonal indicators, fund traditional practices like seed banks, forest medicine, agroecology, and co-adaptation systems, not side projects. This is about shifting from recognition to shared leadership. Thank you so much for bringing that out. I think Floridea has something to say.
Yeah, actually, just related to what was said now by Tino, I think that really it should be done this effort in a voluntaristic way to connect with people at local level. We cannot expect even as expert to go to the people to to inform in the language that is not accessible. So really, should be an effort on bridging the language, and then it's in the more in a deliberative way. This participation of local communities, of people in the most vulnerable situation need to be looked for. I mean, it will not arrive by itself. We observe when there is some climate change assemblies at the local level or national level, the most vulnerable, the people in most vulnerable situations are always participating less, because the language that is used in this arena are quite difficult. So really, I really like it at the point that were done. It's true that it's not only a matter of translation. It could be as well a matter of translation, and really we need to advocate for a justice in language, but as well in how we create this safe space where each participant in the governance of climate change and adaptation feel free and safe to express herself, themselves, and as well to ask it more if something is not clear. So just an important capacity building should be done for the facilitators of this safe space in climate change adaptation at a local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I do agree, it's not just about translation, because I feel like there's so much pressure that comes with joining the UNFCCC process and just trying to figure it out. Everybody seems like they have everything figured out. Everybody is very learned, and you just try and you have to ask questions. What does even UNF, like all these acronyms, all these vocabularies, you need to understand them, and it's very intimidating to actually ask. So also just also not just having very technical papers or technical knowledge being translated, but also breaking it down to a more understandable piece. Because honestly, for me, I've seen people around me struggle with joining all these constituencies, trying to be part of the UNFCCC process, and really giving up because it's headache after headache after headache. So thank you so much again, everyone. So you need to stay in the room and will be moved directly to the plenary sessions. And I hope that the feedback we give will resonate really well with you. And I really hope that you have enjoyed the people's and community sessions, the people's and community sessions and the other sessions as well. Thank you so much for making it very interactive.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
It's now 12:05.
It's now 12:05.
So it's time to
So it's
wrap
time
up
to
your
wrap up
discussion.
your discussion.
Thank you very much for all
Thank
the
you very much for all
fantastic
the
engagement.
fantastic engagement.
And if everyone can make
And
their
if
way
everyone can
back
make
to
their way back to
their position in
their
our
position
plenary
in
setting,
our plenary setting,
at the tables you were
at the
before
tables you
our
were
world
before
cafes.
our world cafes.
We have our virtual participants in their virtual rooms
in their virtual
doing the
rooms,
same,
doing the same, coming back to their
virtual plenary. And
and
at 10 past
at
12,
10 past
so in
12,
4 minutes,
so in 4 minutes,
we're going to start
we're going to start
with our report backs
our
and
report
further
backs
reflections
and further
from the floor
reflections from the floor
of our World
of
Cafe
our
sessions.
World Cafe sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to start in a couple of minutes. So everyone can move back to the tables. That'd be great. Thank you. To our facilitators, in person, if the facilitators could come up to the podium, we're going to have you up here for the report backs and our further reflections for this next session. And we have our facilitators on the virtual platform as well. With us here alongside those on the podium. Starting in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for reconvening and thanks for all the great discussion and strong engagement across all tables over the last couple of hours. So now we're going to have the opportunity to hear back from our facilitators on your discussions and giving you a chance to add any further reflections on each topic. Any particular points you want to emphasize or any gaps you identify in terms of things you want to raise. We're going to do this topic by topic, so we're going to do three report packs, and then further reflections for each topic. So we'll do two in-person report packs for a topic, and then the virtual report pack, and then have 10 minutes for reflections from the floor, and then we'll move to the second topic and do the same process. I'm inviting each facilitator to keep their report backs short, to share their reflections for about 3 minutes. So it's not intended to be an exhaustive verbatim rundown of it. Let me see. That's better now. Apologies to those online as well. So yeah, it's for a short report back of about 3 minutes. So first we'll cover. We'll try this way. So first we'll cover peoples and communities. And so on that note, I would like to invite Ms. Jennifer Lazenbang, Executive Director of the Indigenous Peoples of Asia Solidarity Fund, and regionally nominated Indigenous Knowledge Holder from Asia, and facilitator of Table 1, to offer her reflections on the discussions she facilitated. Jennifer, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Table 2, actually. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I thank all the friends who came to the table and shared the experiences and insights, a lot of discussion on the 4 guiding questions that was given to us. It was a very interesting 3 rounds of questions. The first round we did question by question, 4, and then we didn't have enough time. Then we had overall, and then the third one was interestingly mixture of both. But I would be focusing more on the reflections on the role of indigenous people, the last 2 questions, and how the contribution of indigenous people in the whole discussion of adaptation. I think one of the members mentioned that it shouldn't be a question at all, because it is a right that the indigenous people will absolutely should be there. There shouldn't be a question. That was the very astounding one. And we also go into a lot of understanding and respecting the intersectionality and interconnectedness in the whole solution. And climate resilience must not only build on at the expense of other, whether it's for the past or for the future generation. And whatever progress in one sector should not be a burden. In other parts of the global community, and I would like to come in and say how the worldview of indigenous people when it comes to harmony and balance. We always talk about harmony and balance. We should not damage one sector or one group of society in order to lift out. It's always the worldview of indigenous people. When one is not right, the other must be adjusted. And it come back and create that harmony and balance. So that's the value of indigenous worldview in terms of adaptation. And secondly, we also in that we recognize the multidimensional or the holistic approach. Some adaptational of measures such as relocation, maladaptation was the word that we use in terms of forcing people to relocate, to migrate. We shouldn't. Sometimes it may be financially or physically possible, but the cultural and spiritual is you just cannot replace when you physically move people in terms of migration. And the culture and spirituality are rooted in that place, in that location, and you know, the expressed through many language and many practices. So preserving them is vital, and for collective resilience. So lastly, I think we've heard many approaches also, but the most important thing is we listen first. When we listen to the communities that's there, to people that belong to that place, we will bypass problems in the future. We actually know there's no need for mapping, and solutions are already there when we listen first on the ground. So then I maybe directly pass to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Yes, now I'll hand over to table one. Yes, table one. Who is Mr. John Valdez? Mr. John Valdez, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. John, look forward to hearing your reflections. Thank you. I'll pass you the. Oh, is that working? Yes,
I think it works. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the contributions and the insightful ideas that were shared. And I'll be talking more about the design and also about how this can be translated into public policy and environmental decision making. One point that was highlighted in the three different rounds was the importance of public participation and to design participatory adaptation measures. This not only involves to bring the communities at formal level, but also to make them part of the co-designing and co-ownership processes in these endeavors. Also, a key part was about how we can empower communities to engage in these processes more effectively, and not only sharing the benefits that the just transition and adaptation measures may have for them, but also to make them part of the solution. And some good practices were shared in relation to co-ownership of private investment made in Latin America, for example, that combines renewable projects with conservation of protected areas. And this also led by indigenous peoples. Other important thing was to bring the diverse voices to mainstream intersectionality towards interconnectedness, not only think about this vulnerable populations, but also to think about the complex relationships that are there with multiple stakeholders. A key part was also related to the multiple dimensions that just transition has, and how this is connected to issues of cultural development, social and economic progress, human rights, and so on. So there are different dimensions that should be addressed in terms of just transition. Another key part was to re-examine core concepts. We need to understand what we are talking about when we think about when we think about transition. What are we talking about? Workforce, it requires the scrutiny of multiple lenses, and also to bring these indigenous epistemologies constructing these concepts as well. And I think finally, I would like to highlight a few ideas about how this can be translated. Some of the participants, for example, shared examples of legal recognition. This begins by legal recognition of indigenous people's rights and community rights. Examples were shared by Australia in this regard. Also to combine bottom up with top down. It was a critical opinion in terms of we are thinking about the small scale projects when we think about community-led, but this has to be combined with a long-term vision of adaptation and just transition at the same time. Also important to think about multi-stakeholder approaches. This is whole of societies and whole communities approaches not only bring private sector, which we think a lot about, but also to schools and community institutions, and also to understand the community-level relationships as well. I think that will be from my side. Thank you.
Sorry, John, for the subtle time reminder there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those very good reflections. And third, we'd like to move to our virtual room, virtual table. I'd like to invite Ms. Felicitas Okoko from the Women and Gender Constituency, who facilitated the discussions in our virtual table 3, to offer her reflections on what she listened to in her session. Over to you. Felicitas, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. The virtual rooms was very interesting, and for me, a few of the things that stood out was a call for broad-based stakeholder engagement and collaborative engagement in developing, designing, and implementing adaptation mechanisms. The second thing that really stood out and that came across in all the sessions was free, prior, and informed consent, ensuring that it is well processed, people get information, and there is transparency in the process. The third thing that came out really strongly was integrating gender and diversity, integrating gender and sexually diverse people in adaptation planning. That means having substantive gender equity for women and indigenous people, acknowledging and compensating paid and unpaid care work, and the systems that are sustaining social issues. Something else that came up was making knowledge accessible, understandable, and understandable for everyone, and transparently sharing data with all stakeholders across all levels. Something else that was very interesting was the distribution analysis to enhance understanding of impacts of policy on certain groups. So this was more specific to looking at different marginalizations and trying to understand how these issues enhance the impacts of adaptation policies and strategies. And also, lastly, I think something that came up was data, having disaggregated data for monitoring and evaluation across the whole process and accessible to everyone. So something that is interesting is that most of the examples that we were giving in all these rooms are actually similar to each other. So to me, I'd call for why don't we ourselves learn from these examples and actually have more diverse examples to give in the future, like have more diverse people doing something in relation to people and community, like doing something substantial in relation to people and community, and just giving a voice to lived realities, especially in these policy rooms, making them also more accessible to these indigenous people, to gender and gender diverse people, and just ensuring more inclusivity in the space. Thank you so much, Damon.
Thank you very much, Felicitas, and thank you for those very interesting insights and reflections. So we've heard reflections from all three tables from peoples and communities. I'd now like to open the floor for any reactions to the reports back or reflections more generally on our topic that we've just heard about. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to limit this, if we can, to 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So any really interventions about additional things you'd like to raise. For those in person here, please raise your flag to indicate you wish to speak in the normal way. And for those online, when requesting the floor, please raise your virtual hand. And we've got tracking of that. And indicate in the chat your name and affiliation when doing so. And we'll commence that and then move to our next report back after that. The floor is open both here and virtually for any additional reflections. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to appreciate the three facilitators who have really captured also many of the concerns and ideas of the communities and what is needed for communities to be not left behind. I think there's one important issue that also needs to be said. I've heard a lot in the room about making policies, developing policies to ensure inclusion and everything. But I think before we develop policies, we have to review existing policies and make sure that there is cohesion among all of these different policies. I think, for instance, in the Philippines, we suffer from too many laws that are actually contradicting each other. So perhaps before we suggest developing new policies, that we review existing ones and make sure that there is cohesion so that they do not go against each other. Like protected area laws are there, but on the other hand, you have mining laws that are also giving incentives for companies to mine minerals in protected areas. So that's just an appeal for inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, Egypt, please.
Thank you very much. I thought that I had to walk, but this is more convenient. Thank you very much for the feedback that you brought forward, and I see it very comprehensive. From our side, I mean, we see importance of the adaptation and how the just transition can be linked into the adaptation. And when it comes to the local communities and the indigenous people, we see an opportunity to have linkages also to the international cooperation and how we can engage the local communities and the indigenous people into global initiatives that are being targeting the adaptation efforts. Similar like for the early warning systems for all and similar global initiatives that are being targeting the transformation in the adaptation in a just manner. So I believe that these are very important dimensions to bring forward into our discussion, basically because the people's centrality and the role of the indigenous people, we have extensively had this under discussion in our previous dialogues, but I would like to more dig deeper into the adaptive dimensions or the adaptation dimensions that is linked to the just transition. So this is something that we didn't see see it coming much in our discussion. I hope that in the second part of our day today, we try to focus more on the concept of the adaptation in the context of just transition and how we can link it to the international and global initiatives that are basically aiming to leave no one behind and to be inclusive and include everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. Any more interventions from here or virtually as well? No? Okay, that's fine. We've just brought back a couple of minutes in our time, so that's good. But thanks for the insights, and I think the last intervention will link nicely into the session after lunch, where we're focusing on international cooperation and means of implementation in the context of just transition. So plenty of opportunity in the afternoon to dig deeper as suggested. On that note then, let's move on to the second round of report backs. And so that's going to cover economic drivers and workforce. And so we'll do the same process. We'll go through the 3 report backs in person and virtual, and then have opportunity for a short discussion and interventions. So first, I'm happy to invite Mr. Bert Devel, representative from the International Trade Union Confederation, and was facilitator of Table 4, to share, and I hope I got the tables right, to share his reflections. Bert, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and also thank you for the opportunity to participate actively in this very interesting dialogue. My first impression that I had from our discussion at our table also builds a bit on the last intervention from Egypt, is that choosing the subject of adaptation let me at least perceive that the impact of the transition, of just transition on workers is much broader than only on the energy sector. Till a few years ago, it was too much always perceived just transition is about Polish miners that have to get out of mining. So choosing this theme could broaden the subject substantially, and we brought in informal workers, we brought in the difference between formal and informal workers, both are important, rural workers versus urban workers, the opportunities in terms of skills you have in urban areas and that you might not have in rural areas. So these are aspects that came up in the discussion and that I found very valuable. And that's my second observation, even more interesting is that many parties at the table and organizations came also with very concrete suggestions on how to deal with it. Country representatives were keen to present what they are doing, how national development plans integrate the climate dimensions and also start to integrate the labor and social impacts and have instruments to deal with it. This is also interesting that they just not look into skills needs, but also have a broader perspective on what kind of jobs are being created, decent jobs. And from a trade union perspective, I was happy that many refer to the different aspects of decent jobs, that it should be quality jobs. Overall, the collaboration, the coordination, the coherence between climate and environment policies versus social policies and the work of social departments, labor departments, seem to be very challenging in several countries, all over the board. So this is really a point that needs to be worked on, how you can have, simply spoken, have your Minister of Climate speak with the Minister of Social Affairs and the Minister of Labor, and how to link both aspects with each other. The NDCs are obviously the opportunity to do that. and engage on the social impacts and quantify them, monitor them, and have measures linked to them. And my last point that I want to raise is specific groups or attention that needs to be given to the impact on indigenous people, the gender dimension, young people, and specifically around workers. We saw that there are similarities. Protection of rights, promoting of rights are often or always the crucial aspect to guarantee that indigenous people's rights are being taken care of, that the gender dimension is being implemented, and that trade unions workers are being engaged. Many interministerial commissions were set up. We heard the example, but not always they engaged with the people at the table. So this is a bit of a pity. In general, we found that just transition policies can build trust in the climate policies that are needed, because you engage with the people affected, and that's how you can make more ambitious policies. These were my reflections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bert. And next, I'd like to invite Ms. Katie Louise Swan-Nelson from the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, who led the discussions at table 4, I think it was. So, Katie, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Damon. And first, thank you to everyone who was in my group. There were really thoughtful, rich contributions, and I hope I can do it justice. I'll try not to repeat things that Bert has already mentioned, but many of those topics were also discussed in our groups. So on workforce, one thing that was emphasised was the need to be inclusive of all workers, formal, informal, but also paid and unpaid, recognising the important role of care underpinning our economies, and also recognising that a lot of the ad hoc adaptive work undertaken is done unpaid by people on the front lines, by marginalised communities. We also talked, a repeated theme was on the subject of planning, workforce planning and sequencing, which is related to both just transition and mitigation and adaptation. But one thing that was unique highlighted about adaptation is that there are, with mitigation, you can have a plan and try to stick to it. With adaptation, a huge element is unknown, and it is this unknown element which you're trying to prepare for. So that adds a new dimension to the planning phase. Related to that is the important role of social protection and being able to support workers through transition in different in different sectors. And social protection is itself is an economic adaptation to oncoming shocks. Another repeated theme was inequalities in all their forms, and the intention of any workforce planning or support to not just overcome existing inequalities, but to foresee and tackle potential unintended inequalities that are created by response measures. Labour conditions and unions were also mentioned, and the important role that they can play, as well as data and making sure we have robust data. On the informal discussion, leading on from workforce, one repeated message was on that consultation and dialogue piece, not just about building trust, as colleagues in the first session were discussing, but also about making the policies more effective, more suitable, particularly at that local adaptation level. Frontline communities have incredible expertise that can be put to use if the dialogue is designed effectively. To this end, Indigenous people's rights were also discussed in the context of informality, considering the informality of a lot of their labour, and I'm making generalisations here, but this was what was brought up in the dialogue, and that this is not a straightforward formal-informal division for a lot of Indigenous communities, and that should be acknowledged. We also talked about the trade-offs of formalisation, and is it straightforwardly something that should be pursued or not, and particularly for communities that might be already suffering economic shocks if they are, examples of mining in Costa Rica and Colombia were brought up as examples. Cities were also highlighted as an important potential source of tackling informality, considering the large proportion of informal labour there. And the discussion around the sort of informality led on to the conversation on the private sector. And one thing that was raised is that there is, when we talk about the private sector, we need to recognise that that is represented in different forms in different countries. for many developing countries, informality is the rule, not the exception. More than 90% of many economies are informal in the developing countries. And so that private sector element needs to recognise that the makeup of the private sector in these countries. We also talked about the role of MSMEs, not only in supporting them to anticipate and respond to and adapt to climate change, but also in identifying opportunities in emerging adaptation sectors for job creation and for specialisation and industrialisation towards a more adaptive green economy. We also talked about the reframing adaptation, not as a sunk cost, but as an investment in a more resilient private sector and being able to have a competitive advantage by virtue of being adapted to climate change. And in this regard, something that was brought up was the important role of government leadership in identifying an incentive structure or bringing partnerships together in order to move the dial on private sector action. One question that was not necessarily answered on this topic was the subject of who pays. Who pays for the sort of transition of private sector or the adaptation of private sector. Another feature of adaptation in regards to the private sector transition is transboundary impacts. The fact that, yes, a lot of adaptation is exceptionally local, but if you think about food supply chains as an example, adaptation or climate change can have transboundary effects in very complex supply chains. And so consideration of these transboundary elements is also important for adaptation and just transition. We also looked at a few different examples of France and Australia's work with the private sector and being able to prepare them for climate change, and also example of agriculture workers in Burkina Faso who are informal, make up a huge proportion of the workforce and yet don't have the support they need to be able to adapt to external shocks to their work when it comes to, for example, trade measures which impact their exports. I could go on to the benefits. I have many more things to say, but one other topic that was discussed, just two final things, is SIDS, and was mentioned as a cross-cutting thing in terms of scale and the specific challenges of adaptation in SIDS for just transition. And finally, the sort of importance of a developmental vision to bring all these different pieces together into synergy: the adaptation, the mitigation, the workforce, the informality, the ecosystem preservation, enhancing livelihoods, and sort of bringing the ultimate goal being bringing these things into alignment. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on to our virtual facilitator report back. So I'd like to invite Mr. Robert Marinkovic, representative from the International Organization of Employers, who led the virtual discussions at table 6. Robert, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Damon. I hope you can all hear me well. All right, well, similar to my other colleagues reporting back, I think there's a lot of things to say. I'll try to stick to the time we have. I think, well, first of all, on a very high level, there were a lot of the principles and key issues and challenges brought up. Things like, the informal sector, obviously, the importance of skilling, the importance of social protection schemes, the importance of considering vulnerable populations like care workers, like women, like young workers, like migrant workers and refugees. There was also a lot of mention of specific sectors like agriculture and construction. Obviously, a lot of sectors that are involved in outdoor activities that often suffer the effects of extreme weather and things like heat stress. I was also glad to hear several mentions of work coming out of the International Labour Organization, things like the ILO Just Transition Guidelines, reports on issues like heat stress, and of course, many mentions of the importance of decent work, the different dimensions of decent work, fundamental principles and rights at work, and then also things like I said already, social protection. So obviously there's a strong component of OSH, of occupational safety and health, when it comes to adaptation and resilience. There was also mention of the health dimension more specifically within the context of national adaptation strategies and plans, and also within the context of the work coming out of the global goal on adaptation and more broadly the discussions at UNFCCC. So yeah, care economy, the issue of dealing with informal economy, lack of data, how to ensure that we can include the needs and the particular vulnerabilities of activities in the informal sector if we don't measure them properly, if they're not included in data and statistics. Also the need to have a risk-based approach when it comes to national adaptation plans and strategies in order to be able to then address those different particular vulnerabilities of populations and groups. So I think, yeah, there were a lot of good considerations brought into the discussions. There was also talk, of course, about the role of the private sector, things like how to support and incentivize SMEs, how to incentivize finance and access to finance, access to technology and capacity building. One interesting intervention was talking about the business case and the investment case for private finance. Obviously, that's a big challenge when sometimes business objectives are not in line with bringing in additional considerations on adaptation, on resilience. So how to overcome those challenges and how to ensure that private finance can come in and we can build a convincing investment case. Beyond a lot of these general issues and reflections, I was also glad to hear a lot of particular examples and stories of solutions and good things happening. For example, in India, there were many initiatives around agricultural workers, around training and upskilling, around practices focused on regenerative agriculture or irrigation systems, using solar pumps instead of, for example, fossil fuel powered pumps, things around training and upskilling and capacity building on water management. There were also examples from Latin America and adaptation and resilience and just transition approaches that are focused on the geographic dimension, on particular territories, on economic diversification. Of course, examples from the European Union as well, different countries with initiatives and plans that are being put in place. There were also examples around nature-based solutions and ecosystem services, workforce development plans, using things like mangrove restoration and different types of land restoration and reversal of land degradation. So the potential of adaptation and resilience activities to first of all create jobs and second of all upskill and improve expertise, and also to have nature positive outcomes. So yeah, just to wrap up, lots of things to share, like I said, lots of interesting examples from the national level, but of course the cross-cutting issues and challenges that still persist, like basically centered around means of implementation, right? Like access to finance, access to technology, capacity building, and of course the role of collaboration in all of that, and how to ensure that private sector can play its role as well as government. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Robert. Thanks to all three for those very comprehensive report backs. We are running a bit behind time, so we're going, if I can have your indulgence, we'll go a little bit after our 1 o'clock break-off point, but we'll try to stop by 1:15 if we can. I don't want to take too much of your lunch break away from you, but I would like the chance now to have any succinct interventions as a reaction or follow-up to what we've just heard in the report backs. And I think we already have one in the virtual platform. We have Saudi Arabia, so I'll pass to Saudi Arabia first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. We kindly ask for the opportunity to share some reflections on both the first and the second theme. As for the first theme, we are quite familiar that just transitions are those nationally determined pathways towards achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. So we want to underline the importance of strengthening adaptation implementation in the context of the Paris Agreement's temperature goals. It is therefore essential to focus on implementing adaptation actions that are responsive to changing climate temperatures. And this demands adaptive actions within our just transitions that are flexible, that are forward-looking and designed to evolve over time. As for the second theme, we appreciate the facilitator highlighting the transboundary impacts. We want to hammer on the importance of minimizing the adverse impacts of response measures on the economies of developing countries, especially unilateral trade measures. Those measures hinder developing countries' ability to pursue sustainable development, and it does also constrain economic growth. So as a result, our ability to effectively respond and adapt to climate change is compromised. We just want to also shed light on the value that the circular carbon economy offers for adaptation and just transitions. This framework, the circular carbon economy, and all adaptation solutions that are based on it can simultaneously enhance adaptive capacity and resilience as well. It can create economic opportunities and jobs and contribute to long-term resilience in line with the Paris Agreement goals. Lastly, on workforce strategies, we believe that those must be tailored to national contexts and ensure that upskilling, reskilling, capacity building programs are perfectly aligned with the future economic opportunities identified by each country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. I don't have anyone else asking for the floor, but give a chance for anyone here in person or virtually to do so on this second round of report backs. I can't see any, so I think on that note, we will move to the third round of report backs. And that's on our third area of enabling systems and protection. And so I'd firstly like to invite Ms. Jasmine Burgess from C40, Cities Climate Leadership Group, and facilitator of Table 7 to share her findings. Jasmine, you have the floor. Thanks.
Super, thank you very much. It's always hard being the person that stands between lunch, so I will try and be brief. Firstly, thank you to everyone who participated over the 3 rounds. It was a really rich discussion and lots of very interesting insights and reflections on the role of social protection in a just transition. I'll summarize a few key points that came up through our discussions. I think the first one was that over all of the rounds, it was very clear that everyone felt that social protection is a key part of a just transition. There was no shift in that perspective, but maybe what is key is that what is the elements of social protection that are needed for a just transition will vary dependent on context and what is the particular transition issue that we're looking at. A very clear message was around thinking around the role of social protection and safety nets on short-term and the short-term impacts related to a transition versus long-term planning and the long-term planning around a just transition and how to factor in social protection within that. Some of the ways that social protection is relevant for a just transition that were raised was everything from job changes in terms of changes in sectors, looking at the social protection as filling a gap on the issues of reskilling, so linking very much to the discussions under the previous tables that we heard from, and then also issues around climate impacts being faced by workers, and therefore how that's affecting the concept of decent work and what is a fair transition in existing workforces, but then also looking more specifically at things such as the health risks and also looking at a more wider definition of what social protection can look like. So examples that were raised were everything from, of course, the traditional safety nets, cash transfers, but basic income support and looking at how that factors into a transition, but also looking more broadly at the issue of healthcare systems and how that factors into thinking about social protection, but then also wider and more innovative examples of social protection. So there were examples raised, for example, on the debt for climate swap and how that freed up resources to be able to look at livelihood support for transitioning workers in fisheries, but then also a very interesting example raised on cultural safeguarding and how that can also, interventions on that in SIDS can also be looked as a method of social protection. Secondly, there was a strong focus on planning being key as part of the just transition and social protection dynamic, and in that context, inclusivity of planning on how social protection systems are rolled out will be essential for a fair and just transition. And with that, that looks at different risks faced by different groups, from women, girls, youth, and indigenous groups, but also intersectionality within those groups, and how are those risks faced by those groups as part of the transition being built into the planning and design of social protection systems. And then that leads very much into sort of the third point, which is who is involved in the planning and how is that factored into designing social protection. Is the right data available to ensure those that affected by the transition that data is being fed into the design of social protection systems? And then are the right people at the table? The talk of silos between who is designing the protection scheme versus who is thinking about the just transition plan, and how can we unlock those silos, different levels of government. I was obviously pleased to hear others that were not myself raising the point about subnational governments being a key role in terms of both piloting and rolling out social protection examples, but also other actors such as the private sector, looking at social protection employers play a role in paying into social protection systems, and how is that being factored into the obligations and needs around just transition. Last point, so I will wrap up. The very key message that came out was that there's been a lot of discussion about social protection adaptation already. So how can we build upon what works to bring that into the just transition conversation? There was a huge range of very good examples of things that are working on resilience and social protection, and how does that figure into the just transition? And then lastly, a very clear message on social protection requires a lot of funding, and there's budget constraints being felt everywhere. And this is an additional thing to think about as part of our just transition planning. So it's another issue around who is being involved at the table and how to bring this into the finance discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasmine, for the very, very clear and good report back. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Pablo Escribano, who facilitated the discussion at Table 8, and he's the representative from the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. Pablo, you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Damon, for the opportunity to facilitate the 8th table, and I'd like also to thank all the participants who were with us in the 3 rounds and the very different insights and examples on this topic, again, like Jasmine, on the role of social protection for adaptation within the just transitions. So yeah, I have also a few points that I think came up in the different groups and resonated, right? First is obviously the role of social protection in climate adaptation and the need for it to be climate responsive, right? And we talked about the adaptations in the health system, for instance, and there was discussions on heat stress as in other groups, and the need to have adapted health systems to these increasing risks, but also services such as education, employment, obviously, and upskilling, reskilling, and housing, right? And the need for social protection systems that are adapted to climate change. We discussed also the role of social protection specifically in disaster settings, right? And the need for shock responsive social protection settings, including in the areas of anticipatory action and provision of timely assistance for populations affected by disasters. There was a lot of discussions on the need for social protections to be inclusive, and we discussed a lot on the idea that those who have less adaptation capacities are also potentially those who are on the margins of the social protection systems, right? And the need to enlarge that coverage, including in terms of care work, including for indigenous populations, including for migrants, displaced persons, and refugees, but really the idea that social protection systems need to be inclusive in order to contribute to adaptation. There was a lot different discussions as well on the, for lack of a better word, the transformational role of social protection, right? And moving beyond the safety net to leveraging social protections as a way to develop adaptation, with great examples from different countries like the Philippines and South Africa. And that potentially goes with the embedding of social protection in larger adaptations and development planning, right? So a bit like Jasmine, right? How do we build bridges between social protection and the larger processes so as to make social protection a tool for adaptation? And then finally, to stay below my 3 minutes, I would like to finish with a bit of a similar point than Jasmine at the end on the idea, and multiple colleagues mentioned the finance angle of it, right? And the idea that, you know, many countries have financial constraints to develop inclusive and proactive social protection systems, which requires these conversations to take place in the larger sort of climate finance discussions. And maybe a very final point that was also mentioned multiple times was on the idea of participation of affected populations, right? The idea that these solutions need to be tailored to context, need to take into account existing processes at the local level, and cities potentially have a role here as well, but also respect processes of free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous populations, and really be developed and implemented in close coordination and consultation with affected communities for them to be successful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Pablo. And finally, I'd like to ask Maria del Carmen Porras Perez Guerrero, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction Specialist from UNICEF, who facilitated the discussions in our virtual Table 9. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for your patience and contributions in the discussion. And I'll try not to repeat as many of the results. We have very interesting conversation here about how to enable systems and protection systems, and speakers emphasized the effective climate response and social protection system should be a comprehensive system that addressed the multiple vulnerabilities of the people itself, but also that people face across their different life stages. No, for example, children are more vulnerable for the malnutrition at that stage, working age, adults that have job losses and injuries, and in the older stages, the persons have more income insecurity. So addressing it at different stages of the lifespan is important. We also need to make sure that the specific attention is taken for children, youth, women, persons with disabilities, indigenous communities, but also for people on the move, migrants, refugees, as it was already mentioned, and ensuring that they benefit from the social protection, but also can shape the climate resilient social protection systems and the strategies so that no one is left behind. Social protection systems are also not a reactive mechanism only, but it can also be a preventive strategy that reduces vulnerabilities and strengthens resilience before climate shocks occur. So enabling investments in health, education, and livelihoods, it's very important. So to create this resilience. Then insurance economic policies are ensuring that we have economic policies in place with progressive fiscal policies to enable redistribution of resources and to create the financial space. Finally, the importance of data integration was raised as a key enabler to effective climate responsive social protection, and the importance of universal systems, such as universal systems for basic income, child-sensitive transfers, and inclusive health and insurance services to absorb the shocks and build long-term resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. And now, as a final step before our lunch break, again, I'd like to just open the floor for any interventions either here in person or in our virtual room as well. I see Zimbabwe. Thank you. Can we get a microphone to Zimbabwe, please?
Thank you very much. I'd like to add to the last speaker's input on the incentives and also maybe emphasize on the importance of stability in the formulation of policies as part of the systems enablers in terms of the core policy foundations and essential enablers that will speak to climate risk oversight in terms of supporting just transition and the role of adaptation in that effect, and the role of science-based taxonomies, and then also in terms of the different enhancing policy enablers that can talk to cross-party policy stability, as well as the issue of sector roadmaps. I think there was a group where I was in where we spoke largely around the role of subnational entities and as part of the enabling systems, especially in disaster risk management. So the sector roadmaps become very fundamental as well in enabling just transition within the adaptation narrative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Next I have Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations to the reporters. Burkina Faso is taking the floor just to thank you and to recognize the hard work and the report back, and wish to see how we could find a way within the just transition pathways on looking and starting the discussion within this workshop on mechanism to address all the points that has been raised, because I think that the reporters have done a great work on, congratulations again on reporting fidelity what has been said. And I think that it's important to have a mechanism, start thinking what kind of mechanism that we would put in place to support the implementation of what has been raised. Thank you very much, and congratulations again to all the facilitators.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso. And in the agenda, we'll certainly have opportunity, particularly tomorrow, to engage on the point you're making. Next, I have Egypt. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, and basically I'll be very brief in my intervention, and I would like first to join my colleague from Burkina Faso thanking you for the reporting back and the very comprehensive reporting. My main remark is basically I want to say that I'm really glad that I'm seeing how the discussion and the dialogue for under the just transition has evolved over the years. Now we are talking about like more broader dimensions of the just transition that includes adaptation in the first place, which is the main theme of our dialogue today. And when it comes to the indigenous people, local knowledge, social protection, workforce consideration, and I see like how our governments have evolved with the notion of the just transition and how they have been dealing with all its perspective when it comes to all the themes that we have discussed earlier today. I believe that and I would join my sister from Burkina Faso. Our job would be, and our main task would be on how we could leverage all the knowledge that we have built on a local level, on a national level, and how we can bring it forward on an international level so that we can ensure that the transition is just and global, and no country and no one is left behind. So thank you again, and I'm very glad that I'm seeing that our discussion is evolving this way.
Thank you very much, Egypt. I can't see any other flags here or virtually, which means we're at our lunch break. But before I let you go, I'd just like to say thank you again to all the facilitators and all the other support, the note takers who volunteered over the course of the morning, and for all of you for an incredibly engaging and involved discussion across the board in all our rooms. I think it's a really great start to our dialogue, and we look forward to building on it this afternoon. Just on that, I want to just note that we'll come back at 2:15, given that we've borrowed 15 minutes into the start of your lunch break. And in terms of the afternoon session, just want to emphasise that there were emails sent out late last night, with links to the allocation for rooms for the sessions after lunch, and that's links and allocations. So both in terms of allocations in person and in terms of the virtual links to the relevant rooms, and this has been done through this email process. But also there's going to be lists in front of the doors for the breakout groups after lunch. So it's in room 2 and 4 and 5 after lunch. And so they may not be quite up there yet, but during the lunch break they'll be there. So you can either look at your email from last night or on the list to find out where you've been allocated. And when we come back, for those in the virtual room, it's the same link as you're on now to join us back here in the plenary. So at 2:15, we'll come back here in plenary. We have some icebreaker presentations to set the scene for the breakout sessions for half an hour, and then we'll move into the breakout rooms with your allocations in 3 separate physical rooms, and virtual participants will be joining. So it's not like this morning where we had only in person and virtual. The virtual participants will be joining you in the physical rooms allocated across the 3 rooms for our breakout sessions this afternoon. But I'll recap on the modalities for that once we're back from lunch and we've had our icebreakers. So with that, enjoy lunch and see you back here in an hour. Thank you.
Brian, quédate aquí hablando, un conteo, hablando, leyendo algo, un buen tiempo. Y hacemos la prueba. Ahora. Sí, no, me tengo que ir. Ahí empezamos a las 2, ¿no? Faltan 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hola, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Es que ya anda bien, ya va andando bien, andando bien, andando bien, andando bien. Y a medida, o sea, que en cualquier momento va a hacer cambio, pero sigamos hablando, esperemos que no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, sí. Hola, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, sí.
Sí, hola, sí.
Hola, hola.
Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Hola.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Mira,
Sí,
estoy aquí.
sí, sí, es que eso es verdad.
Hola, sí.
No, no,
Hola,
o sea,
sí.
sí. Ahí va, ese es el tema, o sea, ese es el tema que yo quiero.
Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Prueba de sonido. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Ah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Prueba de sonido. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Hola. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. Hola, sí. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. El sistema. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de sonido. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Buenas tardes, Panamá. Siendo las 1:54 de la tarde. Vamos a comenzar la charla. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de sonido. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de sonido. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. El clima es el conjunto de condiciones atmosféricas. Hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de sonido. 1, 2, 3. Hola, sí.
Clima laboral y sus características, paso a paso, PCR, etcétera.
Sí, exacto. Sí, corta la señal y las bandas. Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We're going to start in 2 minutes. So if there are people outside that you know are outside, if you can encourage them to come in, we can make a start. Thanks. Okay, we're going to make a start. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you managed to find some lunch, and we're ready to turn to our next session. We are starting a little bit after our 2:15 planned time, so we'll try to catch up some time, but we'll get going and hopefully we can stick to our end scheduled time by the time we get to the end of the afternoon. So as you know from the agenda, this session is on unpacking the full range of means of implementation for enhancing adaptation and climate resilience in the context of just transitions. To ensure that everyone's voice is heard, we've set up 3 hybrid breakout groups for this session, as I was explaining before lunch, in which parallel discussions in 3 different themes run by 3 sets of facilitators, rotating across 3 breakout rooms occurs. So in this case, as I said, you've all been allocated to rooms, both in the hybrid setting, so both in person and virtually. And this time, unlike the World Cafes, the facilitators will rotate across the rooms and bring their topics with them, and you stay in the room for the duration of the afternoon. And so again, like the World Cafe session, there's going to be larger groups, but there's still groups that are not in plenary settings, so that it gives you a chance to really engage as a group in these important topics and allowing everyone to participate and engage with each other. So breakout group 1 will focus on climate finance and international cooperation, and will be facilitated by Ms. Anna Martinez from the World Food Programme. Breakout 2 will focus on innovation and technology transfer, and will be facilitated by Ms. Valeria Pelez-Cordona from Women in Europe for a Common Future. Breakout group 3 will focus on capacity building and knowledge sharing, and will be facilitated by Ms. Miriam Garcia from the World Resource Institute. So before moving to the breakout discussions, we have two icebreaker presentations that will help us frame and inspire the subsequent discussions in our breakout groups. And so with that, I'd first like to invite Mr. Carlo Mendoza to my left on behalf of AOSIS to make his presentation. Thank you, Carlo.
Thanks, Damon. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have the more unfortunate task of trying to keep you awake after lunch in this presentation, but I will be brief, and I really hope that this icebreaker presentation just brings some sort of context from the perspective of small island developing states. So I guess I'll have to say next slide. All right, so for small island developing states, for small island developing states, we are the front lines of the climate crisis in terms of the experiences of sea level rises, the extreme weather events, and the fiscal crises, which are all converging at the same time. And despite our high vulnerability, we just receive 2% of the climate finance, and those are finance mechanism or support is in the form of mainly loans. And with that being said, and the topic we discussed this morning in terms of adaptation, the adaptation finance gap is very vast. As you would see from the slide, it's estimated about 5.1 billion per year for SIDS in terms of what is needed for adaptation, but we receive only 1.4 billion, and this was reported in the UN Adaptation Gap Report of 2024. And with that, for SIDS, we spend 4 times more servicing this debt. than on climate resilience and building our adaptation strategies. And all that is obviously contextualized in the urgency of this climate crisis, that 1.5 degrees is not just a limit set by the Paris Agreement, but it is not even a target, but it's something that poses extreme risk for us as small island developing states. So, the biggest barrier in terms of climate finance and international cooperation, the biggest barrier is access. We face complex application processes and loan-heavy financing measures. In terms of funding priorities, these priorities are really mitigation-focused, ignoring our adaptation needs. And we also realize that the need for grant-based instruments, including debt for climate swaps, are necessary. Not just loans, as I indicated, but more focusing on grants. And with that, we have heard about the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI. And what that tool is expected to do or sort of promote is the use of vulnerability in the context of using different measures or targets to say how vulnerable a country is, instead of using the typical GDP or the different indicators that not necessarily align or would fit within the context of a small island developing state. So we are more interested in looking at those tools and hoping that that could be operationalized in the context of climate finance and international cooperation. So with respect to innovation, technology, and transfer, what we often receive in small island developing states are outdated and very high emission technology items which are poorly suited to the local context. With that, the intellectual property rights discussion well, there are barriers around intellectual property and the lack of technical capacity to deal with this climate technology that we would receive. So therefore, there's a need for innovation hubs. Those are there's an example of the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, which is a regional hub used to combine modern tools such as AI as well with indigenous knowledge, as well as sort of merge those type of activities and really deal with the information about innovation and technology transfer. With respect to this, we can make a push for more open source and intellectual property free solutions to be embedded in some of our projects within the Caribbean.
Yeah, hearing better. All right. Oh, I guess online wasn't hearing. All right, thank you. And now in terms of the third pillar, capacity building and knowledge sharing. Institutions within small island developing states are usually under-resourced, and there's a lack of data within our systems and within the region, particularly in terms of when there's in terms of project building and capacity building, we really experience the shortfall of data when designing projects. And that is something that is particularly important for investors and funders in the region. So that's something we hope to achieve out of this discussion in terms of the just transition. With respect to that, we have seen some best practices within our SIDS, small island developing states, for example, in Vanuatu, with their Climate Smart Village project funded by the GCF. And what that project is about is utilizing the indigenous knowledge and utilizing the capacities of persons on the ground in terms of how homes are built and how they now respond to the extreme tropical cyclones that they experience or have been experiencing in these past years. And most importantly, we are here to discuss the Just Transition Work Program and how does that now, how can we utilize this framework or this work program to better build our capacity and share knowledge in terms of best practices. And we look at strengthening the national adaptation plans. This morning, we had a lot of discussion around planning and the importance of adaptation planning with respect to how we be more proactive instead of reactive when responding to this transition and moving from a state of high emission to low emission. All right, so just identifying some cross-cutting themes in terms of climate justice. Just transition is a justice issue, and it is something that is very much important when it comes to the risk of displacement in terms of regional projects. And we also have to look at our governance frameworks and strengthening those frameworks amongst small island developing states, as well as accountability, which matters, because we need to have some binding mechanisms and not aspirational pledges. So this is just an icebreaker to identify that just transitions in SIDS must be local, fair, and fast, because we really do want to not have that slogan of leaving no one behind, just a typical slogan that we always repeat, but actually making it come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlon, for the insights and the perspective from small island developing states. And I think that's got us off to a good start for this session in terms of contextualizing the very close relationship between means of implementation, adaptation, resilience, and just transitions. So now I'm delighted to welcome Ms. Aditi Mukherjee from CGIAR, who is joining us virtually to provide an icebreaker presentation for this session. Aditi, the floor is now yours. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting. I would be talking on behalf of CGIAR. We are a publicly funded research organization that works on smallholder farmers, pastoralists, and livestock in the global south. Can my presentation be up, or should I share my screen? Okay, thank you so much. I think we are all aware of the importance of the topic of just transition and also, more importantly, the means of implementation. So this presentation, I'll focus on both the means of implementation and enabling condition that we have to put in place to make just transitions possible, especially in climate vulnerable sectors like food and agriculture. And in the earlier sessions, we also heard around tourism and transport. So some of the more weather and climate exposed sectors where there is a lot of vulnerability and dependency. So MOIs they are not just key for just transition. What we believe is that without meaningful support, adaptation efforts can actually, without meaningful means of implementation, adaptation efforts can actually reinforce some of the existing inequalities, something that we often in the literature call it maladaptation, and actually leave people behind. So we all know the standard definition of means of implementation. It comprises of climate finance. The previous speaker from SIDS talked about it eloquently. It includes technology development and transfer and capacity building. We believe that in the context of just transition, it must be designed with justice at its core, because just transition is really about how do we transition to low emission pathways in ways that are just and fair for those who have to do it and who were not causing climate change in the first place. Next slide, please. Am I still there? Can I move? Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. So what we did was we looked at all the submissions that were we very quickly looked at the submissions that were made for this dialogue, and we figured around, I think, 51 submissions, and we found that almost every single submission has actually from either governments or civil society or research organization. All of them have directly referred to the three pillars of means of implementation: finance, capacity building, and technology. So while the perspectives may vary, there is a clear convergence that without adaptation and just transition require not only planning and ambition, but also resources, particularly finance, skills, and tools. So submissions emphasize that means of implementation is not optional, is crucial, especially to ensure that nobody is left behind. So the submissions converge on the need for equitable and accessible climate finance, particularly for vulnerable context and adaptation. Almost all the submissions in one way or the other talk about strengthening adaptive capacity and development of technologies. Actually, more than the word technology transfer, a lot of the submissions are talking about co-development of technologies. The next slide, please. Thank you. So just a little bit more the highlights of these submissions in terms of finance. Well, there are quite a lot. Almost every submission touches on finance. So the submissions highlight finance as a political imperative. It also highlights the risk of debt from non-concessional finance and the need for grant-based, just, accountable mechanisms. Yes. So yes, and there's also many submissions talk about how it can worsen debt burden, something that we just heard from our colleague from SID. On the capacity building, almost all submissions talk about adaptive capacity, link adaptation and transition planning, and build climate resilient economies, and not just focus on decarbonization, but also on the resilience side of it. And on technology, there is a shift in terminology from transfer to co-development, and technology must align with local knowledge systems and just outcomes. So taken together, these reinforce the message that means of implementation must be responsive, inclusive, and deeply rooted in the realities of those most affected and those who need to transition to low emission and better ways of doing things. So the next slide, please. Yes, we are already on the next slide. Are we on the climate finance? Yes, okay. So I don't want to read out the slides because I think most of these points have been nicely covered. The important one here is around the need for inclusive long-term financing. And also, I think something important to remember is that the cost of not transitioning is higher than the cost of adequate and just transition, something that the IPCC AR6 also highlighted, that the cost of adaptation was much lower than the cost of not adapting. It's a similar argument for not doing the transition in just and fair ways. So some of the examples of possible approaches could be around locally led finance mechanism, around blended finance, and around social protection that is integrated with climate finance. So we found that some of the key messages are around blended finance, green bonds, debt for climate swaps, targeting locally led initiatives. Unfortunately, only 13% of NDCs globally mention social protection for agri-food system. And this is a huge challenge because much like the SIDS, actually finance is the most visible gap also in the agri-food sector. For example, while we have seen progress, even the agri-food sector contributes hugely to poverty alleviation, to food security, and also contributes to 1/3 of emission, less than 2% of tracked climate finance actually goes to small-scale food producers who are at the heart of our food security. So underinvestment in agri-food system is a huge concern, and therefore emphasizes the need for equitable access in this sector, particularly for smallholder farmers, pastoralists, fisher folks, and women farmers. Next slide, please. The second pillar is around capacity building and knowledge sharing. Here, some of the key emerging points are around capacity building alone is not sufficient. It should be combined with economic empowerment and social protection. Then lots of wordings around how building adaptive capacity. What does it mean? Means investing in skills, governance, inclusive planning, and all of those that are, I think, quite obvious, and also about marginalized communities, harnessing all the knowledge of some of the frontline people who are affected, women, youth, indigenous people, rural communities, etc. So it's the important point that comes out is empowering women, youth, indigenous people, rural communities, and marginalized groups is essential, but not as beneficiaries, but as leaders of this transition, because they're often the knowledge holders. Some of the examples from submissions, we, the CGIAR, have made 2 submissions, one in partnership with FAO and one with our civil society colleagues in the food sector. So some of the examples include the SCALA program led by FAO in Uganda, which integrated gender-responsive climate action. Her Plus initiative in Ethiopia, which co-designed, it was a CGIAR-led initiative, co-designed some of the sustainable land management with social protection schemes. Next slide, please. We can go to the final pillar of means of implementation. That's around innovation and technology development and transfer. So here, often technology is seen as a silver bullet, but some of the points I think we all know it's important to remember as we break out to these discussions that it must be appropriate, affordable, and designed for the people who have to use it at the end of the day. So some of the enabling transition that has happened in the agri-food sector, we are still very far away from a transition, but some of the successes have been around climate smart technologies, agroecology, digital advisory tools. There has been some limited successes around scaling affordable solutions for smallholders, and some funding for early stage innovation. Some of the examples that we have seen is, say, Agritech for Kenya, early stage support for Agritech innovation targeting smallholder farmers. We have seen some of the submissions talking about support to agroecology, etc. So at the CGIAR, we have seen how partnerships with governments and innovators can scale solutions that benefit the smallholder farmers. But again, the underpinning importance of has to be supported by finance and capacity building. So these 3 is almost like a 3-leg stool. Without one, the other 2 are unbalanced. So you need all of these 3 together. And I think that's something important to remember. I'm almost done. 2 more. One. The next slide, please. Then we have the cross-cutting enablers. I think while the 3 finance, capacity, and technology covers pretty much all the enablers, but there are still things like policy coherence in the journey to just transition in the agri-food sector. There is a huge amount of policy incoherence. There's still a lot of subsidies that go into high emission agriculture, while approaches like agroecology do not get their fair share of funding. Other cross-cutting enablers are participatory governance and locally led action, which I think is something that's common between both adaptation and just transition. So with that, my last slide, where I'm happy to, yeah, okay. So the last slide, please. Closing. Yes, thank you. So MOI is not just about delivery, it's about design, justice, and impact, and it must be tailored, context specific. So as we move, I don't want to read out all of this. I think this is all pretty obvious. We all know what needs to be done. So as we move forward in this dialogue, I encourage us to think about MOI not only as tools, but actually as important levers of justice. We have the frameworks, and now we need to resolve to embed equity, collaboration, and financing into this just transition strategy. And in doing so, we need to look at across all the sectors, just transition, not only in energy, but also in agri-food sector, and also on a large scale geographical basis, covering both the global south and the global north. So thank you for this opportunity again, and I look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aditi, and thank you for such a rich presentation in terms of covering off on a whole lot of intersecting issues that I think really sets the stage very nicely for our breakout sessions that we're about to move into. So let me just recap again how this is going to work in terms of the breakouts. So as I said, each of you has been assigned to one of the 3 breakout rooms, and these are hybrid rooms where we have in-person and virtual participants. And those links and room allocations have been sent by email. If you haven't got those, there are also lists up on the 3 doors of the rooms, meeting rooms 2, 4, and 5. And so you can find names there if you haven't got it via your email. As I said, you're invited to stay in your assigned breakout room for all 3 rounds of discussion, and each of the rounds will last for approximately 40 minutes. We'll have a coffee break after the second, so 3 rounds after the first 2. There'll be another coffee break before the final session, and then our final plenary that follows that. So as I say, facilitators will rotate between the breakout rooms, and that way you stay in the same room and everyone again has the opportunity to engage in each of the different 3 themes. At 5:15 approximately, 5:35 now with our revised schedule, we'll reconvene here in meeting room 2 for the final plenary session of the day. And with that, I look forward to hearing how all the discussions go in the breakout rooms and invite you to make your way to your allocated rooms. And for the virtual participants who will be joining you in hybrid fashion in those rooms, and we'll have facilitators there in the rooms and support staff to guide you through the discussions based on the guiding questions that you've seen in the agenda. Thanks very much. We'll see you back here at 5:35, and all the best for a very fruitful next round of discussions in the breakouts. Thank you.
Jose?
Hi, everyone. We will be starting shortly, but let me first introduce myself, and then I will pass the word for you guys. So my name is Ana Carolina Martinez. I'm a regional officer at the World Food Program, and my work is focused on climate and resilience. So a great part of my work is to actually do what we're seeing here, reach for those funds to be able to enable different projects so we can reach the most vulnerable and support them with food security and nutrition. So today, as we all know, this is not an easy topic. It's actually, I think, one of the most complex ones. So we just want to provide you with a safe space to share your insights, your thoughts, and to leverage some of your experiences for the sake of this topic. So I will try to provide some guidance on these topics, but what we want to hear is what do you think, either from the first question or the second question. Feel free to put forward some examples. What do you think has worked, what has not worked, and where you think we need to push forward to actually gain some track and make some advancements. So the first guiding questions that you can see on my back is what are the lessons learned from financing just transition pathways that include adaptation and climate resilient measures, including innovative finance, direct access, and financing for social protection systems. So in the first one, we are linking what we can call what are just transitions with social protection and how to mobilize finance for that purpose. In the second one, how can just transition pathways ensure that they support the identification of a value case for adaptation and facilitate the crowding of the private sector, in a way that complements public finance and ensures equitable access to vulnerable communities. So in the second one, the focus is more on who are these other actors or partners that can leverage this mobilization. So with that said, and I have here two great supporters for this one, we will pass the word for you guys. So we will ask you to put your flags up. We will follow in that order. We will keep track who's talking, and once you have the word, we will ask you to introduce yourself, your name, and the party or the organization you're representing today. With that said, the floor is yours. Thank you. We have a volunteer to break the ice.
Thank you very much. My name is Espen Ronneberg. I'm a senior advisor with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, a technical advisor on the Palau delegation. Just to, in a sense, just following on from the presentation that Carlon made earlier, the lessons learned are basically that we can do everything right in terms of planning, in terms of preparation, in terms of basically obeying all the instructions we get in order to be eligible to access financing, and then it just doesn't happen. An example of this is, well, not necessarily on adaptation, but I'm quite familiar with what's been happening in the NDC space, where we've been told to, well, you've done your initial NDC, okay, now you need to confirm it, so we do a second one. Oh, you need to raise your ambition, okay, so we do that. Oh, you need an implementation plan, okay, so we do that. Oh, you need a communications plan so you can get national consensus around it, so we do that. Oh, you need to cost study your priorities, so we do that. But basically, bottom line is, if you look at it from perspective of dollars per tons of carbon, small island states don't come up very high. The same goes for adaptation. We have small populations, so and islands that are spread out. So the amount of per unit costs go up for SIDS. So maybe if we could change the metric, change the paradigm that we're looking at this from, and if we're looking at adaptation as a just transition issue, then I think by making statements of making an entire population more resilient, as opposed to making X number of people more resilient, or a percentage of the population more resilient, or having meaningful jobs for X amount of the population rather than the sheer numbers, then maybe we could move into the right space. And I guess that comes down to your second question about the value case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Egypt, the floor is yours, yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Just like a little bit odd for me to. Well, I mean, I just wanted to share with you the experience of Egypt with regard to how we try to deal with just transition in specific. As you know, that Egyptians were profound of the idea of the just transition, and it was basically launched at COP27 during the Egyptian presidency. And since then, we've been trying to find out on how we can enforce, I mean, this into our national policies. And we even launched a platform that did link the nexus between water, food, and energy. And we call it Nwafi in Arabic, which means to fulfill the pledges. And basically, we've seen that, I mean, just transition, when being addressed comprehensively, not specifically to one sector or one pillar of the climate action, then it would be more deliverable. So the lesson learned, I mean, so far from the platform that we launched is that it can, this kind of strategies can be coupled with international cooperation, regional cooperation, and also the involvement of the UN agencies. Because, for an example, for the Nwafi, we have put it into 3 main pillars. The one that would be facing, I mean, the water security by enhancing water resources management, improving irrigation efficiency, and ensuring sustainable access to clean water. And we consider that as an adaptive aspect of the nexus itself. And for the food security, by supporting especially small farmers in adaptation, in adapting to climate risks, increasing crop yields through innovation and technology, and modernizing agricultural practices. and also the climate resilience by establishing early warning systems and strengthening vulnerable communities and implementing sustainable land use strategy. So we've put a lot of adaptation aspects to it, and we try to couple it with more plans for broader development strategies. The main lesson that I would tell you that we were able to come out from this experience is that the platform did succeed in catalyzing partnerships and adopting interdisciplinary solutions that have cross-sectoral benefits. So the African Development Bank in Egypt did partner for the water pillar. We had the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD, as a partner for the energy pillar within the Nexus. And finally, we had the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, as a partner for the food security pillar. So basically, when we elevate our national strategies and we try to couple it with international cooperation, regional cooperation, usually we find more results coming out from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have IPLC. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We represent the indigenous peoples and local communities, and we are working in spaces wherein we raise our own concerns in relation to climate finance and international cooperation. We had experiences wherein we have really pushed for a dedicated grant mechanism under each of the international organizations. One is under the International Food and Agriculture Development. We were able to request for an indigenous peoples assistance facility, and this goes directly to the indigenous peoples organizations who apply for this dedicated fund. The same thing with funding from the World Bank, wherein we requested also for dedicated grant mechanism under the Forest Investment Program, under the Climate Investment Fund. And while this comes from both from international organizations, we co-designed, and also we had decided on the operational guidelines and mechanisms, and we made sure that the indigenous peoples organizations and local communities will be engaged from the very initial stage of planning, designing, co-designing, planning and implementation until monitoring and evaluation. And these are both for adaptation at the same time in building climate resilience, while the dedicated grant mechanism under the Forest Investment Plan was for forests. We made sure that it also is more comprehensive in terms of developing capacities, as well as responding to food security in some of the areas. And these are defined all the projects are determined by the indigenous peoples organizations themselves and the local communities, and co-designed, of course, with the World Bank team, for example, in the country level, and also with engagement of other organizations at the national and local level. So it's the partnership is built in from the very design to the implementation and the monitoring evaluation. And it's very important for us because it's like a partnership of the different actors, like the multilateral organizations, the national country team related to forests, at the same time also in relation to agriculture, and then Of course, the main factor is the participation or inclusivity that the indigenous peoples or local communities will be the ones to define the priorities for this project. So this ensures really how it will directly respond to the needs of indigenous peoples and local communities. The other thing is, through this, we do not just do implementation of projects like for livelihoods or etc. But we also engage with the national government or the local government in transforming or in suggesting some policy changes in relation to how they should be supporting indigenous peoples and local communities. So I think those are some of the very specific examples that we have. That's why in the climate change intersessional meetings or whatever spaces that we have, we really request for a dedicated fund for indigenous peoples and local communities, because we cannot compete with national governments or with in multilateral organizations or international NGOs. That's why we wanted really a dedicated arrangement on how finance could be accessed by indigenous peoples and local communities themselves. So I think I end there. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for those inputs. And something that I think I'm getting from your examples is how we are actually moving into a more comprehensive, integrated narrative that we can say is the value case for these transitions, rather than just one sector or one community focus. It's more driven like how we can integrate and make it more responsive even to the needs that community have on the ground. So in that sense, I wonder, because I and this is coming very personally from me, when we talk about social protection systems, sometimes it is very clear or is very unclear what are the social protection systems that are there. For instance, social protection systems can go from disaster preparedness, the first one that are responding, to our school feeding programs. Now, all of these type of programs that are already there in our communities, they can be seen as platforms to actually engage with different communities, to scale up the initiative, and to bring other partners, as you have been mentioning, into the table, into the conversation, and to think how we can mobilize another type of funding that we might not be traditionally moving. So in that sense, I wonder, and from the examples that you have already given and other experiences that you might have, do you have any other ideas how we can take advantage of these social platforms that we already have within our countries, within our communities, and how we can leverage those spaces to mobilize further support? Do we have experience, ideas, pilots? Of that is an area that we're still wondering how to move forward. Okay, so if you like, maybe I can provide an example just to move it. So one of our programs that we're moving forward, the Work For program, is creating what we call school-friendly, planet-friendly school meals programs. So what we want to do is that schools act as a platform for different climate actions or environmental actions. So on the one side, we started working with infrastructure. We had different IFIs that were supporting how we can make these schools that are already embedded in different communities to be more resilient to withstand whenever we have a shock. That was the first entry point for us. As we move forward, because we are more engaged on the loss and damage side, we understand that schools, they're not only there when kids go to school, but they not only provide meals for them to stay at school, but they also act as a site, a safe place for communities whenever there's a disaster coming. So we wanted to take advantage of that And we have not just a resilient infrastructure, but we are also providing different kind of services at the schools whenever we have a shock. For instance, Central America, when we have flooding, we have hurricanes we can provide the humanitarian assistance from the schools, because we already have a very resilient place, or improved one, to be honest. So it's a place that you can take advantage to provide the humanitarian assistance. It's already embedded in the community, and you have the whole community participation with it. That was our second entry point. Later, we have been seeing, okay, we can actually do more with this. We haven't been able to expand that much, so we were thinking, what else can be done? So in a third entry point for our programs is now seeing schools as a way to teach the community and to engage with local farmers on how we can have more sustainable production and more sustainable meals at the end. So what we're doing now in different, and this is mostly in the Caribbean, what we're doing is that we're working with local farmers so they can produce better products that this will feed their own kids. There are the ones in the communities. So what we do is that we train them, we provide them with different kind of seeds, we provide them with community-level infrastructure so they can actually produce different things. For instance, in Cuba, we didn't have lettuce around, so kids didn't have fresh food. Now they do. So now they can eat beans, they can eat a salad, and can even have some meat, because we're also introducing chicken. And this is more from a nutrition perspective, but it's also thinking, okay, what are the products that can withstand climate? And as we move forward, because we're trying to be very creative on this one, we are now pushing the idea that schools can be resilient in a different way. They can help us mitigate emissions, they can be more efficient on energy side, they can be more efficient on water use. So while we are introducing this new idea, not just what we say climate proofing the infrastructure, but we are introducing technologies. So whenever there is a shock, the first thing that you lose is power, then you lose water, then you lose everything. So what we are introducing is efficiency measures within schools. So whenever there is a shock, the stills can still run, and people can still be supported, and they can be still assisted from this space. So that is one example of many that can be happening around the globe. And I think it takes us a little bit just to think forward, to think outside the box, and as you were mentioning, to integrate different perspectives and take advantage of what is there. So that is one example. I don't know if you guys, that makes sense to you. Do you think this is the way forward for these transitions? What else can we do about it? And thinking also, because I think is key, is which are these other actors? What is the private sector? What is civil society's role within these programs? Should this be only the government or an international cooperation? Who should come with these ideas? I have Tungo there. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you for sharing the example. I just wanted to share another example from the trade union world, and then a more general reflection. So we have in India an organization, a member of us, of the ITUC, the International Trade Union Confederation. It's called SEWA, Self-Employed Women Association. It's a big women's organization that works with informal women workers. And they have introduced an insurance scheme where all of their members in a certain area pay $3 a year. And then this constitutes an insurance scheme when women are affected by heat stress and cannot have their income covered. So that's a very specific example from the informal sector where the organizations, the trade unions working with these people, organize their members to deal with the impact on their lives. But for us, this is, of course, a little first step. In the end, what we want is universal social protection systems. And many of the global north countries have very well and very good examples of it. We call it mutualité, health insurances. where the collective pays every year a contribution, and out of solidarity, other people can benefit it when they have need for it. So, and that's, I think, what should be the first objective of these social protection systems linked to climate change, that you have also the stronger people, the stronger shoulders in your society supporting the poorer shoulders. And this is, of course, easier if you do it in a country like Sweden or Norway or Belgium. But you can also do it in other countries, as examples in India show. And so there is not so much, there is heaps of history and examples to learn, and these can also receive international support and attention, but they can also be set up at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, a great example. And just as a disclaimer, the program that I was mentioning, it has been over 15 years that it took us. I know it takes a long time for this to actually work, but as you mentioned, if we're bringing forward these ideas and taking example from large regions, I think that would enhance eventually our programmatic approaches. Thank you. So we have 2 interventions online. The first one is from Saudi Arabia. Can we listen? Saudi Arabia, the floor is yours.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Facilitator. I will provide an overall reflection and then we'll delve into one of our examples. We think technology transfer should be demand-driven in the sense that it ensures developing countries have access to the necessary technologies, expertise, and financial resources to scale up adaptation measures. It is also essential to emphasize that innovation and technology transfer should support a broad spectrum of adaptation strategies. This includes incremental, proactive adaptation, nature-based, and other approaches as well. When it comes to the adaptation tools, we believe tools like climate modeling, early warning systems are now helping us forecast floods, droughts, heat waves with greater accuracy, and therefore allowing the local communities enough time to prepare and respond effectively. In cities, for example, we can use smart infrastructure tools to adapt infrastructure to temperature rise. It is therefore very much important that such technologies are appropriate, adaptable, and accessible to local communities, including through capacity building. Perhaps one illustrative example of cooperation for adaptation and climate action in general would be the Middle East Green Initiative, which Saudi Arabia launched recently. It's an example of regional cooperation that directly supports collective climate action and also fosters adaptation. This initiative brings together Middle East countries to address shared climate challenges, especially in areas like water scarcity, desertification, and rising temperatures. One of its key strengths is creating opportunities for sharing knowledge and building capacities, as well as introducing evolving technologies. Those technologies are tailored to the specific needs of our region, and they include technological and regional centers for early warning systems, sustainable agriculture, and efficient water management, which correspond to the challenges of the region. In addition, as well, to emerging solutions under the circular carbon economy framework, like carbon capture and storage. So all in all, the Middle East Green Initiative is an approach that ensures economic growth, sustainable development of the communities, all of which while pursuing climate action and environmental sustainability. It also provides a platform for both South-South and North-South cooperation, on technology access, technology transfer, capacity building, and beyond. So we see it as a valuable example of how sometimes regional initiatives can complement the global efforts, where we ensure that no one is actually left behind in the just transitions journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saudi Arabia. So now we have online Yungo. We have two colleagues from Yungo, actually. I don't know which one wants to come first, if they want to do one statement. The floor is yours. Yungo colleagues, are you around? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Dr. Anirudhanagam, speaking on behalf of Youngo's Just Transition Working Group. And from my work on health and adaptation projects with rural and indigenous communities in India, from a youth and global perspective, global South perspective, we see social protection systems as one of the most underused yet most powerful tools to deliver climate justice. They're not just, safety nets, they are trust building platforms already embedded in communities. In India, I've worked with climate vulnerable areas where public health centers and school feeding programs were used to deliver climate linked services, from early heat waves alerts to solar cooling innovations. These programs were not originally built for adaptation, but with training, local tech, and flexible support, they became climate resilient hubs. As Youngo, we strongly believe social protection must be future ready. That means integrating youth driven innovation, local knowledge, and climate responsive services into the systems like school feeding, maternal health, or maternal care or rural employment. And two, technology transfer should not be top down. We must invest in youth and climate led innovation, using public systems as spaces for training, testing, and scaling. These technologies must be accessible, affordable, and aligned with justice, not displacement. And three, international finance should recognize SPS as delivery platforms and channel adaptation funds through them. This is efficient, inclusive, and most importantly, it ensures last mile delivery. If we want, scaled and just adaptation, we must unlock what already exists and equip it with the tools, partnerships, and youth leadership in, it actually needs to thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we have 5 more minutes. So I will just mention who are the ones that we have on list. So we have Yungo, please come forward. CNA. Can, yes, CAN, sorry. And then Indonesia.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon to everyone. I want to add some lesson learned in my context, in my country context, that could give some instance about how to the financial just transition pathways could include in the adaptation programs, initiatives, and policies. The first one could be associated with the need of enable the finance scenario in each country. to channeling the investment in prioritized activities to improve the adaptation and the climate resilience. For example, in Colombia, we have the national taxonomy, or the green taxonomy better, and other countries around the world are advancing at that process. And this taxonomy not only include categories regarding to mitigation, but also adaptation and climate resilience associated with issues like conservation of ecosystems or biodiversity, and also the water and soil management. It led, as I mentioned before, channeling the investment, including governance frameworks, also tools for help in the implementation of these actions, and let us understand the need to enable different funds to supply this scenario. Also, other lesson learned could be how the international criteria should be more flexible and adapt to the national context when the projects, the programs, the initiatives are designed. Because, for give an example, some projects include in their requirements the management of implementation of resources through digital systems, but in some places there are no presence of the bank, or communities don't have access to infrastructure or to digital connection. So that kind of issues represent a challenge and should be considered to help to advance in that process, but not limiting the implementation of activities. And also how schemes of microcredits or financing popular economies or women and youth-led initiatives could be considered also in this process. The third one is the design of shared benefits or incomes programs in the development of these adaptation programs or initiatives, trying to channel in multiple sources of resources and create additional enabling conditions to continue strengthening the climate governance. For example, here, defining criteria or elements to consider the distribution of these resources associated with the type of population group, the contribution and efforts of each one of these groups. Also, how the multi-sectoral stakeholders are involved and how it's possible to track and assess these systems, trying to adjust the elements on the issues that consider necessary. And finally, I want to highlight a lesson learned related to the need to allocate resources for future periods to guarantee a mid and a long-term implementation of these initiatives, and guarantee through this that the initiatives could have better results and can help in the transformation process in the territories. All of the above that I mentioned before, in the understanding that there is a need for greater mobilization of resources at the international level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So online we have Can. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's Matias Cortez from SUS Chile on behalf of CAN International. I know we're running a bit late, so I'm just going to mention my points on technology and co-development of technologies and technology transfer. I believe, we believe really, that facilitating technology transfer requires both financing, which is extremely important, but we also require non-market mechanisms, such as knowledge-sharing platforms. This is very important, especially for our region of Latin America, insofar that it has historically faced barriers to local industrialization, which is very much required for the implementation of different aspects of just transition, one of which being renewable energies. So strengthening the co-development of technologies and technology transfer is a way to put into practice the mandate of Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement in order to both enable opportunities for coordination across instruments and strengthen ambitions during the renewal process of NDCs. I would like to also add a couple of more down-to-earth examples of this. Technology transfer is very important because it allows us to adapt better. And this goes even in synergy with other mitigation actions. For example, in Santiago, Chile, we've transferred over and we've started to work a lot on having electric buses for public transport. That has meant that in the past 8 years, we've reduced and avoided the usage of over 60 million liters of fuel. But it's not just that. Since the buses are more modern and all of that, they also have, for example, air conditioning, and that has helped reduce heat stress of the urban population, much of which is actually very much vulnerable to these kinds of, for example, heat dome events and things like that. So it's also helped us adapt better. And in that sense, the co-development of technologies is very important, but we should also focus ourselves not only on the co-development of technologies related to what we would consider more technological in the sense of, for example, software, climate modeling, or like lithium-ion batteries and all that has to do with basically electrical and decarbonization of the public transport sector, but also thinking about how nature-based solutions play into this co-development of technologies, because what we're looking for here regarding just transition isn't just to have everything be electric, right? What we want, what we're seeking is to bring actionable solutions which are context specific, but which also manage to fulfill their objectives in the most efficient way possible. And we do believe that one of the main ways to do that, for example, if we think about things like climate resilience and risk prevention and climate warnings, has to do with nature-based solutions, such as restoring wetlands across different places in order to prevent flooding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Aditya Perdana Putra. I am from the Ministry on Environment of Republic of Indonesia. So Indonesia has utilized green sukuk, we call the Syariah, compliant bonds to fund climate projects. The government has also explored Islamic blended finance model combining public and private fund to support low carbon development effort, particularly in NDC sectors. This instrument offers flexibility and resharing, making them attractive to broader range of investors. So Indonesia has implemented a climate budget taking mechanism to track and allocate fund for a climate-related project. This approach enhances transparency and ensurance that resources are directed toward adaptation and resilience initiative. And the government encouraged subnational government to integrate climate consideration into their planning and budgeting process. This is decentralization empower local authorities to intervention to community-specific needs, fostering a more inclusive transition. And then the third, actually Indonesia has developed program that combine climate resilience with the social protection, such as disaster cash transfer and cash for work initiative. This program provides immediate relief while building long-term adaptive capacity among vulnerable populations. And then we challenges Actually, for the private sector engagement is not easy because the government lack of the providing financial incentive. And then last one, Indonesia has begun using direct access modalities through entities like the Indonesia Environmental Fund to tap into international fund like the GCF. From the lesson learned, international support must include capacity building for local institutions like the Indonesian fund management, something like that, to access and manage fund directly, reducing reliance on intermediaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Germany. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, going back to the IPCC, we realized that there's sufficient global capital to close the gaps on delivering on just transitions and climate resilience and net zero economies. But yet there's much more, still more investment in fossil fuels than in climate mitigation and adaptation. So it is essential that the alignment of financial flows is a necessary prerequisite to deliver on a quick, just transition to fight climate change. The requirement to green the entire economy must, at that point, adhere to different starting points, different just transition paths, different just transition potentials in all sectors and across countries. Still, it's the long-term goal, or let's rather say the midterm goal that we need to achieve and that we need to strive for. And therefore, it is essential to define, to ensure, and starting with to understand and consider social objectives when considering to meet environmental and climate goals, basically saying to be sustainable. And that means you need to consider domestic conditions. You need to create policy frameworks to actually attract investments, private investment in just transitions, and to provide planning security, trust, decency of administration, and the basis for this usually, or a good basis for this from our understanding is to start with long-term goals and start from there with a planning approach, and start with ownership is crucial, ownership in administering the transition, to build, in the administrations, to build ownership also in all relevant societal actors, with constituencies, citizens and companies, so that you can ensure their engagement in NDC implementation, in NAPS implementation, in long-term goals implementation. Trust is of the essence, assessment as well. The just recent published independent evaluation of the climate resilience program of the Climate Investment Fund showed that programmatic approach is crucial. Planning, targets, assessments are key factors to attract more predictable private investment and reduce risks to give out credits for small and medium companies that invest in adaptation and aim for support to support a pipeline of bankable projects. And this, from an administration point of view, we need to incentivize more cooperation across ministries, across line ministries, take on board treasuries, economic development ministries, economic ministries, and not just leave the issue with the environment ministries, to ensure and to show this ownership and commitment of administrations and bring this to private investment as well. International cooperation is key for adaptation and for the energy transition, and the EU provides support for capacity building, for tech, for means of implementation across the board, through partnerships, through bilateral and multilateral engagement. Some examples include, for example, the Sahel Adaptive Social Protection Program from Denmark, which is supporting 6 countries in the Sahel zone to help overcome, to help vulnerable households to adapt and to cope with climate impacts. Building blocks are programmatic approaches, data acquisition, finance, and support for institutional arrangements. Another would be the implementing adaptive strategies from France, Adapt Action that has been there for 17 years and is helping 15 countries to deal with vulnerable countries to deal with impacts through tech assistance, capacity building, and financial support to come up with integrative adaptation public policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for our last speaker, Zimbabwe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, co-facilitator. On the first question, I would like to bring the case study on the project that we are implementing under the Sustainable Development Goals Fund, where we have introduced what we call viability gap funding, largely to recognize that some technologies or innovations may be premature to use the traditional financing mechanisms. So it is more like an innovative fund to bridge any level of viability that can exist to promote adaptation and climate resilience. And then on the second question, in terms of the value case, I think the first thing is to really understand the need for progressive climate alignment, both at subnational level as well as national level, but also even at community level, so that they appreciate what you're doing. And it also speaks to the importance of the private sector to then also understand why progressive climate alignment is very important, especially when it comes to the issues of sustainability and climate risk assessment. So what Zimbabwe has done, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe has established the sustainability and climate risk guidelines. So you find that banks are also beginning to incorporate sustainability in their financing portfolios. And this is important to drive gradual business transformation. So the aspects of sustainable development and the critical goals that they need to demonstrate in terms of alignment. So they need to then say in our financing structure, we are promoting SDG 5 in terms of gender, we are promoting SDG 1 or SDG 2, or we are promoting SDG 13 in terms of climate action, where we are accelerating adaptation actions. And this enables companies to invest in essential technologies and processes, be it in mitigation or in adaptation. And it also encourages the companies to shift from the business as usual and also to look at the different adaptation opportunities as well as economic opportunities that exist, but also bringing on board the aspect of gender responsive financing and also intersectionality. And during the group discussions, I also gave an example in terms of the GIS and remote sense mapping that we have done in our disaster risk management, where we have to understand where the disabled persons live or the elderly live. So in the event of a disaster, the rescue team is actually targeted to the most vulnerable households as part of risk management. And this is also important for shifting and promoting long-term adaptation and resilience building, but also even in terms of promoting environmental sustainability and stewardship. So in terms of the companies also under the sustainability processes, they then also get engaged in community projects, and there's a transformation that we are encouraging the private sector to move to, so that it is not just the art or corporate social responsibility, but their environmental stewardship and adaptation initiatives are structured and they can be accounted to really enhance transparency and accountability within the adaptation and resilience spaces that they're building. And also the aspect of allowing clear sustainability benchmarks for financing if they are also going to call for incentives from the government or other blended financing mechanisms from the public financing sector. The other element is around data management, especially with the development agencies. So you find the likes of UNDP do a lot of work in adaptation and resilience, but because there are no data sharing platforms, especially for the banks who then want to invest in viable adaptation initiatives. So we are promoting that interaction between the development agencies, the national government, and the private sector to really share the value case, especially when it speaks to adaptation and resilience on the sectors that are already doing well. For example, if there are women who are already into tomato production and over time they've become viable. So for scaling up and replicability, then the UNDP can invite the banks to come and support those communities. Lastly, I think I would like to then refer to the aspects that I also mentioned earlier in terms of the climate risk as well as the science-based spaces for programming and also promoting sector roadmaps, especially in adaptation. So to say, in agriculture, what are the climate adaptation initiatives and how do they look like and what are the entry points? And I think my colleague from Germany has already mentioned the aspect that speaks to long-term planning and visioning, which is very important when you speak to sector roadmaps, as well as the aspect of cross-party policy stability and promoting strong fiscal incentives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for your key insights. I think it has been a very rich conversation. So on our side, just as a final thought, I think what we have gathered here is that we are leveraging different instruments and systems that are not necessarily from the environmental or the climate realm, such as insurance, bond, dedicated funds, grounded mechanisms that are actually enabling more comprehensive approaches to what we understand as adaptation, not as a static, but a different narrative to be able to think about adaptation as part of this transition. We're changing the narrative, we're creating a different value case for it, and in this way, we can actually scale different initiatives and more integrated ones that we can leverage different partnerships, but also we can create other programs that will enable a different development for them. So thank you very much. This has been a great conversation. And we will transition now, I'm talking about transitions, to another room. So in case you want to join us, we're moving now to room 4.
Yeah,
right? You guys, no, if you want to stay, the next panel will be here. If you want to keep talking about climate finance, then we're moving to room 4. Thank you so much.
Colleagues in this room, the next topic of discussion is going to be on technology and innovation. The facilitator for that topic will just be in shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Hello, everyone. So this is the theme 2. That is innovation and technology transfer. We are just going to start because we are very behind on the schedule. First of all, thank you very much for being here. And my name is Valeria Peláez Cardona. I am from the Women and Gender constituency and also part of the CTCN, that is the Climate Technology Center and Network, on the advisory board. So I'm going to facilitate this discussion so we can start. Like there on the screen are the 2 questions, but I'm going to read the first one. So the first one is about how can innovation and technology transfer, foster transformational and long-term approaches to adaptation that leave no one behind, including through inclusive innovation, local knowledge integration, and identification of scalable solutions. So here you can maybe discuss about or talk about like case studies or lessons learned from your country, or like I don't know, outcomes that you have had with the planning of your NDCs, NAPs that are related with technology and innovation. So the floor is open for your interventions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Espen Ronneberg. I'm Senior Advisor with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community. Here's a technical advisor for the Pacific Small Island States. On the first question, one of the challenges that we've been having, generally speaking, is to attract financing for new technologies, innovative technologies. And this is leading to a fairly considerable amount of worry in the region that will be left behind in this new technological advancements that are happening everywhere else in the world, because we can't afford the new technologies, and will eventually be at risk of becoming a dumping ground for obsolete technologies, because they will no longer be of use, or maybe not even permitted to be used in certain countries around the world, and they'll obviously try and want to get rid of them cheaply. If you think of the example of petrol cars, for example, that we've already been seeing that for a number of years, that cheaper cars get dumped off on the islands for very little money, but we don't have any choice. So when it comes to the adaptation side of things, we do have a lot of local and traditional knowledge around adaptation, but what we don't know is to what extent will these adaptations actually work into the future? Because we're working against a moving goalpost, unless mitigation is more aggressively enhanced. We don't really know what point we are adapting to. So even though we have excellent knowledge around ecosystem-based approaches, we don't know if they will actually work 20, 30 years from now. We also don't necessarily have all the financial support to implement what we actually want to do with our different adaptation plans. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, in the previous room, they were also discussing a lot about local and traditional knowledge, and also like with the local communities and cities, like how to scale up like innovations that are context-driven or are context-suitable to national innovation systems and national policies. And here, that's why also I mentioned the NDCs and NAPs, because it's like a good opportunity to scale up these innovations and also to be really country-driven and not like top-down approach. Just talking about like my experience with the CTCN, that is part of the UNFCCC system, like basically the technology mechanism, what tries to do is like through country-driven technology assistance, pretends to support like the developing or the transfer and implementation of the climate technology for mitigation and adaptation. That is like for the needs that the communities, specific communities of the country has. And this is something that needs to be also linked to the finance that were mentioned before. So I don't know if anyone has a thought about that, like if you have experience with also with the technology mechanism, if you have seen how this can be linked with the Just Transition work program and also with adaptation. I'm going to just like separate a little bit the first question because I also know that is too complex. So maybe we can repeat it. So then like it's how can innovation and technology foster transformational and long-term approaches to adaptation that leave no one behind. So first maybe we can discuss about if you have any thoughts about like approaches to technology adaptation and how this can now leave anyone behind, and then also how these approaches include local knowledge and identify scalable solutions.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Carlon Mendoza from AOSIS. Just to go on this question again, and I think it was mentioned earlier at the World Cafe, what is important is that whilst we recognize that there is value in using indigenous approaches and those sort of local approaches, it's also good to have those approaches combined with modern technology and innovation. So it's not that we need to be very siloed in terms of if you want to utilize indigenous practices and approaches, you then forego or forget modern approaches or vice versa. Sometimes a best practice could be the linking of both modern practices with indigenous practices. And that was clearly seen in an example in Vanuatu, which dealt with how they rebuild homes and also forecasting in terms of early warning systems through typical indigenous practices, that they were aware of certain weather patterns and how hurricanes or cyclones, would affect certain houses and the angles it might affect it from, but then utilizing modern material to ensure resilience. So those are ways in which we can foster innovation and linking innovation with new technologies in certain, especially regards to SIDS. Thanks.
Thank you, Osis. And Gambia?
Thank you so much. Sorry, I want to approach this from a different angle. I think when we say innovation or technology transfer, we need to understand that it's not only about the material itself. It means how can we be innovative about even accessing climate finance so that if we don't have the material in itself, we can have the service from the service providers. And I think that will be a good paradigm, shift, because in general, we have to be realistic to ourselves. The comparative advantage that the developed world has over us is because they promote private sector involvement. And we don't expect that they are going to take their technology and ship it to the global south. This is not going to happen. So how do we make sure that we have the innovation that is required is let us think about how can we access financing in such a way that it is not going to be, well, upfront investment from government, which is difficult for most developed countries. But we can invite private sector with the necessary technology, at the same time provide the enabling environment for this private sector to thrive, to support adaptation and mitigation processes. One of the ways of doing this is de-risking mechanisms. And how do we de-risk? Because if you look at developed countries, most of their economies cannot afford to do investment that are appropriate to adapt as necessary. So you invite in private sector, but then we can access financing from, for example, GCF. Instead of going for a grant, which is difficult to obtain, you can go for loan, because private sector can get loans, and then the loan will be used as a de-risking mechanism to make sure that the private sector will not feel uncomfortable in investing in other countries that are not very lucrative for investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gambia. Zimbabwe?
Thank you very much. I want to reflect on the local knowledge integration and inclusive innovation. I want to give an example from back home in terms of conservation agriculture. So there was this tendency of using tractors for plowing, but also for subsistence, they were using hoes. So when conservation agriculture like zero tillage was introduced, and you have to dig holes, so it becomes very cumbersome. And in my local language, they called it digaofe, which means dig and die. So it was literally very energy consuming, especially for the old women who stay in the rural areas. So we later realized that we cannot continue with sustainable climate smart agriculture initiatives, which are very laborious. So what we did was then to look at the possible innovations that can still give us the results that we want in terms of promoting zero tillage and conservation agriculture, but without laborious activities. So we did electrified plow that then does the holes in multiples, and it is less laborious. You don't now have to be digging the walls, even if you are at your old age, especially for our grandmothers who live in the rural areas. So why am I sharing this story with you? It's really to appreciate why innovation should be inclusive, especially when you look at the aspects of gender and intersectionality. That really helps us. So there has also been scaling of such a technology because the walls are already being exported to Malawi. So we view that as a possible scalable solution that can be adopted in terms of improving climate smart agriculture and promoting adaptation. And then in terms of nature-based solutions, what we have done, we have initiatives for our youth, like 30 million trees by 2030, so it's a 30 by 30 matrix, which we are promoting, and we have also have an initiative on nutrition, trees for nutrition for our school children going age. So we promote nutritional gardens in every school. And I think in terms of going forward, especially from a just transition lens, it's really around the aspects of value addition, especially for non-timber forest products, to build adaptation and resilience to help the communities who manage the forest to generate some level of income that exists within those spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I am Joanne Gilao. I'm an indigenous person from the Philippines. I just would like also to mention about the perspective coming from indigenous peoples and local communities. Yes, indigenous innovation also encompasses practical inventions, traditional knowledge systems, and the integration of technology with cultural values. And we also wanted to look at innovation where it emphasizes aligning technology with community values and traditions that will also incorporate principles of data sovereignty and respecting indigenous knowledge systems. And it is also very important for us to integrate information technology with indigenous knowledge systems that can foster environmental sustainability, digital equity, and social justice while preserving cultural heritage. And also, I just would like to mention that indigenous peoples continue to practice community-led technology. Like, for example, our colleague from Malaysia, they have already been doing this renewable energy project, which is conceptualized at the community level, and they're the ones managing and having this system of benefit sharing that has been developed according to their value systems and management. So, not to mention as well that in terms of agricultural practices, indigenous peoples has been contributing their traditional practices of providing food to their respective communities by using sustainable ways of farming and agro system. Thank you.
Samoa?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I'd like to share some reflections with regards to the question of how can innovation and technology transfer, bringing examples from a small island nation. In terms of Samoas and other Pacific Island countries, I think incentives is very important in terms of supporting these technology and innovation transfers to make sure that communities are able to adapt through measures, and also looking at capacity building. And that is in terms of training and educational programs to ensure that our local communities are able to adapt at the same time, maintain with what they already have in place in terms of sustainable livelihoods. In terms of food security, it is important to facilitate knowledge sharing through the use of smart technologies as well as social media platforms that can enable farmers, for example, to look at the supply chain, the production chain, accessing local markets and connecting to potential markets so that they can, so that it allows and enable them to access to several other access into several other ecosystem-based adaptation measures that's available locally, but as well as regionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Samoa. And Saudi Arabia online?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Facilitator. Regarding innovation and technology transfer should be equitable and demand-driven, ensuring that developing countries have access to the necessary technologies, expertise, and financial resources to scale up adaptation measures. It is important that these technologies are appropriate, adaptable, and accessible to local communities, including through training and capacity building programs. And it's important to emphasize that innovation and technology transfer should support a broader spectrum of adaptation strategies. This includes, but it's not limited to, proactive adaptations, nature-based solutions, and other approaches. So to truly leave no one behind, technological solutions
I think we lost you. Yeah, it seems we lost him. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to add something to the last points that have been raised here. I can also add something that maybe we haven't discussed about it, but it's like also like technologies how are going to support like the phase out of fossil fuels, and how technologies are supposed to like support the just transition work program, and what are like the implications for like local communities, and what are the implications also like for marginalized groups, and what we understand like for development and transfer, when we need to also understand that workers can be displaced for these new innovations and technologies. So I don't know if anyone has a thought about that, or something else, of course. Ringo?
Thank you very much. My name is Greg Walker. I am a professor emeritus from Oregon State University, here with Mediators Beyond Borders International, and I'm also the focal point for the International Environmental Communication Association, and a veteran of all the COPs since Copenhagen. So I've been involved in this process for a long time. But I've been a teacher for 50 years, gymnasium or high school, and then university for many, many years. And one of the things I think we can tie to this theme, maybe not the specific language of this theme, but tie to this theme, is how there is an opportunity when we think of innovation and technology transfer for intergenerational learning and dialogue. Let me put it to you this way. My students, when it comes to technology, are way ahead of me. When it comes to social media, when it comes to AI, they outsmart me. And we need to see opportunities for younger generation to teach the older generation about new communication technologies that relate directly to the climate crisis. So I would encourage us, when we think of innovation and technology transfer, to recognize that there is a lot of wisdom in an elder, but there's a lot of creative thinking in the younger. And technology transfer is an example where we can rely on younger generations to sit down with older generations and teach them and engage in a shared learning opportunity with technology at the core. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Egypt?
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I want to touch on the issue of intellectual property rights as well when it comes to technology transfer as well. Sometimes it can be challenging to overcome some of the intellectual property rights. We have seen some initiatives that we're trying to leverage the intellectual property rights pooling within countries, but yet it was not institutionalized. And we see there is an opportunity that we can leverage the Climate Technology Center and network, the CTCN, as the implementation arm of the UNFCCC technology mechanism, could help in aligning the pool patent portfolio with the real-world climate needs that when it comes to, in relation to intellectual property rights pooling. By mobilizing its broad membership and providing capacity-building resources to potential licenses and helping overcome information gaps and trust barriers that often hinder voluntary patent sharing. Also, the CTCN could enhance the pool's effectiveness this way. I mean, within this recognized structure, patent holders could gain greater visibility and trust in the pool's public good mission, while developing country stakeholders would benefit from technical assistance in adapting licensed technologies. This is something I believe that could be discussed further under our dialogue. We could see like some of the innovative solutions on how to facilitate the exchange of intellectual property rights, patent licenses. And I mean, one of the examples that we had in previous recent history was the Eco Patent Commons launched in 2008 by leading corporations and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. This platform offered free licenses for eco-friendly patents before its discontinuation in 2016. Maybe it could be an opportunity to find what were the obstacles that did face this kind of platform. It had collected pledges for 248 patents covering 94 distinct inventions, but due to its philanthropic character, the majority of these patents were non-essential and uptake was modest. Maybe we can learn from the design of this initiative, and we try to enforce it in a more practical way, bringing forward more of the really needed patents for the adaptation that developing countries and all countries even can share knowledge, especially that even when it comes to local knowledge and indigenous people knowledge, I mean, this also can be provided by developing countries. So it can be a kind of a good cooperation between developed and developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. And we have the WGC online.
Thank you so much, Valeria. I am Aishka speaking on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency, and I just wanted to bring up a few points very quickly. First, when we also talk about agroecology and bringing in technological innovations within the agricultural field, we need to address the fact that in many countries, majority of the agricultural work, especially in rural areas, are carried by women. However, they still do not have access to land, neither do they have access to credit and other issues in that aspect, which means that it also, creates barriers for women to access the technology and innovation that we're talking about, especially in the agricultural field. It's important to understand that women really are food security multipliers within communities, and they take care of nutrition within communities, and they hold that wisdom. And so it's so important for us to tackle the agro-technology from a gender lens perspective. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was the issue about sovereignty in especially global south countries when the technology is imported in from global north countries, because often at times, especially through several case studies in countries in Africa such as Senegal, there has been issues when technology is imported from the north. It already comes with engineers and technicians that operate this technologies from the north in itself without making opportunities, especially the promised job opportunities for engineers and technicians within the global south to really own and make decisions regarding that technology. And in this aspect, a lot of the work gets privatized and then controlled by global north countries, and in that paradigm does not allow global south countries to take ownership and sovereignty around how that technology is being used and handled. And another thing that I also wanted to bring up was the issue of trade within trade, because trade and trade policies play a pivotal role at the intersections of climate adaptation and a just transition, especially by enabling flow of clean technologies and solutions and climate resilient goods and services across borders. So it would also be important to look into unfair trade policies and unequal exchanges and ensure that there is technological transfer happening from the north to south, but also within south to south capacity building, and ensuring that once this technology is transferred, there is community strengthening, community empowerment, and community resilience that is created where they're able to take ownership of the technology and innovation and integrate their knowledge into it as well. And also echoing and backing a lot of the points that's been shared by the Indigenous colleagues, Indigenous sisters on using Indigenous wisdom along with technological innovation, especially in the field of agriculture. But yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ashka. Then we need to close the session. Before that, I just want to do like a quick summary that perhaps is going to be a food of thought for the next or the last discussion for you, that is going to be capacity building and knowledge sharing. So basically, before that, we have an announcement. So the government of Panama is pleased to invite all Climate Week participants to an evening reception at the Carnival Salon in Sofitel, starting at 6 p.m., together with the participants of the Nature Summit. So yeah, just to close this topic, we were discussing about local knowledge and community-led solutions, also indigenous knowledge and solutions and initiatives, how we are going to train and engage communities in programs and knowledge sharing, connect with markets, not only about materials, but also we need to talk about finance, especially marginalized groups doesn't have access to finance or even to land to have like access to technology. Then like sovereignty, ownership of technology and innovation, also intergenerational learning, and how we are going to scale up the innovations that we have in the local level to the national level and global level, and how this is going to be equitable. Also linkages, especially how we can discuss further the linkage with the CTCN and the technology mechanism, like how to enhance visibility, like the CTCN can help to enhance visibility of local intellectual property rights and to facilitate exchange of intellectual property, and also find the obstacles and lessons learned that this can be like also addressed in further discussions. So thank you very much, and see you later.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. I hope you had a great break. So welcome, everyone. Good afternoon, both here in Panama and those joining us online. Welcome to this breakout discussion round, the last one of the afternoon, and then we're going to have the closing plenary. For this session, we will focus on capacity building and knowledge sharing, a topic that lies at the heart of effective climate actions and inclusive implementation. My name is Miriam Garcia. I'm from WRI Brazil, and I'm honored to be your facilitator today for the next 45 minutes. I'm joined today by two colleagues from the UNFCCC Secretariat, one supporting with note-taking and another one managing the speakers list to help ensure that our discussion will be productive and well documented. The session is designed to be interactive and inclusive. You saw the first two, and we will hear interventions from participants in the room, as well as those joining us online. As we proceed, I encourage concise and focused contributions so we can hear as many voices as possible. To help guide our exchange, the questions for discussion are displayed in the screen, and I will read them as well. So the first question, which is a quite long question, and I hope to get a lot of information from the room for this question, it is: how can capacity building initiatives support countries in identifying key challenges and opportunities in fostering context-specific, inclusive adaptation planning, implementation, and evaluation that effectively addresses local needs? The second question, shorter but also important: how can capacity building initiatives facilitate minimizing the risk of maladaptation? Please feel free to answer one or both questions during your intervention. I will also announce when we are approaching the final 10 minutes of our session. So we will begin by opening the speaker lists. As you know, we invite you to speak in the mic so our colleagues from the Zoom room can hear you well. So we can start inviting the first intervention, and please just remember to present your name and affiliation before speaking. Thank you so much, and wish us all a great final session. Anyone would like to start? Rigo, please. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Greg Walker, and I'm with Mediators Beyond Borders International and the International Environmental Communication Association. And I've had the privilege to observe every hour of every meeting of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building since it began a number of years ago. And as a teacher and professor, capacity building is kind of near and dear to my heart. Let me suggest, when it comes to the theme and that first question, that one of the things that come to mind is the collaboration that does occur and will continue to occur among a number of the constituted bodies. And let me suggest that around locally led adaptation. In addition to observing the PCCB for many years, I've been an observer of the AC since 2017. And the AC does not focus on locally led adaptation because it's really not part of their mandate. Yet one cannot imagine just transition, adaptation, and resilience without focusing to some degree on locally led adaptation and the principles of LLA. That's a capacity building issue. It's local communities and indigenous peoples platform issue, it's an adaptation committee issue, and it's an area where the constituted bodies can work together to support these local initiatives. Second point I want to make is that to what extent in an NDC or in a NAP can a country address the development of an infrastructure to support local initiatives? I'm from the United States and have worked in forestry for over 30 years. And one of the things that I've worked on is communities that want to establish a community-based forest management collaborative, a multi-stakeholder group to work on public lands and to work with federal agencies that manage those public lands. Communities often don't have the organizational capacity to do that work, and so they form a local collaborative. And where it's been most successful, state governments have stepped in and provided resources for those local communities to develop the organizational capacity to address forest management issues. There could well be something like that relative to just transition, adaptation, and resilience, to the extent that a national government or a sub-national government could provide an infrastructure, provide some organizational capacity support so that local communities can organize, develop the organizational capacity to involve multi-parties, multi-stakeholders on these issues that are so important to addressing climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other in the speaker list? Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to respond to the second part on capacity building and how it can minimize the risk of maladaptation. One thing that I want to give, sorry that I've been giving examples, but it's really to bring the issues closer to home. Zimbabwe once implemented a project by Global Environmental Facility. It was an adaptation project. We were doing crocodiles so that the communities could then sell the skins of the crocodiles and then do bags and shoes and all that. So it really was meant to be an adaptation project to create incomes so that since the rains were not doing well, so agriculture in the drylands was not doing well. But one thing that they didn't know, which capacity building then comes in, is the actual training that exists in the project. So the quality of the skin has to be a certain standard. So at the end of the day, they couldn't sell the skin because it was not produced in the quality that was required by the buyers. And they were trying to feed, the crocodiles, even using their livestock with the hope that they were going to then get cells. At the end of the day, they were actually worse off now without livestock, without the cells of the crocodiles than what they could have traditionally be. So for me, capacity building initiatives, when they come through to avoid and minimize the risk of maladaptation, firstly is to ensure that we build capacity building in wholesomeness. It really comes to the aspect of integrated approaches in programming and also speaking to, there has been also this notion around, is it incremental adaptation or transformative adaptation? But I think what is very important is whether it is incremental or it is transformative, based on the needed response, the way that we co-create and tailor-make the adaptation responses for communities within the just transition lens should be really inclusive and really consulted on and really building on the local knowledge that exists in the communities and looking at the entire value chain of the adaptation initiatives that you're going to be implementing. And then the other aspect that I also want to emphasize is the integration of traditional knowledge in terms of incorporating local and traditional knowledge into adaptation planning, ensure
ensuring that the strategies are grounded in proven practices and they are suited into local context, and ensuring that they provide technical and informational resources, but also open opportunities and unlocking climate finance and across the entire value chain of the landscape of the climate finance that is available, ranging from grants up to any suitable financing that exists to facilitate for action that exists in that respective component. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zimbabwe. Anyone online? No? In the room? Gambia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to approach capacity building from a different perspective. Often when we say capacity building, maybe we just focus on the technical aspect of it, but is it limited to that? And maybe my intervention is going to answer the second one, to avoid risk and maladaptation. Often in the developing countries like mine, capacity is an issue, and mostly we depend on consultancy for climate action. And if we don't have the capacity ourselves, which means even if we have a consultant, maybe our capacity to know whether the consultants have done right or wrong will be limited in itself. So which means there is that risk in there. So how do we address this problem? I would say first, our capacity from the technical perspective is one thing, but our capacity financially must be built in the first place. And we cannot depend on Annex 1 countries for all the capacity building, also for all the financial resources we need. What we need is a seed funding to build our capacity so that there could be sustainability in that capacity itself. And where I am leading to is we want to have the capacity to be able to develop bankable project proposals. And in order to do that, in order to assess all the vulnerabilities of facets of climate change, we need to have experts across all the sectors. And in order to do that, we will need to build the capacity of our own people locally. And that goes beyond the routine capacity building that is embedded in projects that are given to developed countries, including the Gambia. Basically, they don't allow any long-term capacity building. And in order for you to be an expert in an area, you definitely need to have a professional training in that area, or at least a degree. So I think this is something that we should consider as a body. Thank you.
Thank you. Yongo, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone, again. My name is Alejandra, and I belong to Yongo. I would like to add to the first question that the capacity building initiatives can provide to the government, country teams, with tools for the collection and the systematization of needs identified by local stakeholders on fast and slow-moving climate risk and local vulnerabilities, because perhaps we can promote a participatory process, but not necessarily it means that the needs and the opportunities that the local communities identified are really included in the plans or in the process that countries or the different levels will promote. So perhaps this is a really challenging issue. Also, how these capacity building initiatives can provide tools to recollect and systematize the opportunities for monitor how these risks and the implementation adaptation activities are based in the local knowledge, are integrate the technical and the scientific knowledge through meaningful engagement of all actors, including the historical underrepresented groups. I consider also that training and education initiatives can strengthen the understanding of climate risks, the adaptation options, and also the local vulnerabilities among governmental officials in subnational levels, the communities, and also the civil society. And consequently, this can enable more local ground responses to the adaptation needs. And finally, regarding to the second question, perhaps the capacity building initiatives could provide the parties and non-stakeholders, non-parties, sorry, with knowledge and tools to identify maladaptation conditions in territorial contexts induced by a wrong intervention of the local vulnerabilities, as well as tools to monitor, assess, and generate alerts about scenarios of increasing long-term vulnerabilities. And perhaps here, initiatives regarding to the community and citizen monitor of this kind of situations could represent an opportunity to get involved the young people, the citizen in general, into identify what kind of situation or alerts should be generated regarding to the maladaptation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Liberia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this on capacity building, especially because I work for the University of Liberia, the university which is a state-run university in the country. Yes, so over the years, we've had a series of different training workshops, and I realized that every year for more than 10 years, we always have training workshops and I have no impact. So we always building capacity through workshops all the time, even now. So this has not been really working. In recent time, just last year, with a support from the Canadian government, Environment and Climate Change Canada, were able to set up a postgraduate curriculum in climate action. It's a 10-month program for diploma and 3 months for certificate. But we don't know to the extent, we can measure to what extent it will be successful, but for now it's going fine because it's long-term. So I would think that a number of ways Liberia can be supported, for example, a climate vulnerable country with fragile institutional systems, issues of agriculture, coastal management, waste, health sectors, they're all kind of challenged. So I think we should go beyond just training workshop. It should be long-term. It should be context-specific. It should kind of minimize the risk of maladaptation. And so just to conclude here, I think it should be locally driven, embedded in national and subnational governance systems. It should empower all groups, especially the vulnerable groups, like the women, the youth, and the marginalized groups, while strengthening institutions and ensuring adaptation actions are inclusive, sustainable, and climate resilient. I think that will go a long way in helping us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, and sorry to come back, but I really wanted to emphasize the capacity building initiatives around inclusive adaptation planning, and one of the points has been raised by the previous speaker just now, especially in relation to subnational governments. In Zimbabwe, our subnational governments have got what they call local environmental action plans, which cut across the issues on environmental protection and stewardship, disaster risk management, as well as adaptation actions. But what you also realize is that in their formulation, because the environmental officer within a particular local authority doesn't really know what adaptation is and what it looks like. So at the end of the day, even the priorities involved in that action plan may not be the appropriate ones. So I think capacity building of subnational authorities is very important, especially when it comes to inclusive planning, to really say what does inclusive planning look like and what does it mean, and then also the role of GIS and remote sensing, especially in mapping vulnerable context when it comes to response. And then the point that I also wanted to emphasize was on for example, if we, in the event of a disaster and we provide immediate post-disaster support, but if we don't have any long-term recovery planning or long-term strategies, then it becomes very difficult, because then those people will still be dependent on national support or international aid to come and assist them. So it is important to ensure that whatever adaptation strategies we put in place, they do not undermine the local capacities and resilience building to future disasters, and also whatever strategy we develop does not leave the communities worse off. I know that in disaster management we always talk about bouncing back, but I think there is this new narrative around bouncing forward, to say whatever strategy we need to put in place, it's not just about bouncing back, but also to move forward and be better than what you were before the disaster could strike. So the aspect of really managing and preserving and supporting adaptation strategies is really important. And I think this also applies even to biodiversity conservation and nature-based solutions to ensure that there is long-term programming and also integrated components. And I think he mentioned about making sure that whatever initiative that is being done is really locally viable or responsibly. And one thing that we have also seen why some of the adaptation strategies are not sustainable. So I think we need to really bring the whole aspect of sustainable development and poverty eradication and programming, because then it creates some level of income and interest to the beneficiaries, and because then they are generating and addressing the real needs that they are facing, then they are able to really promote and support the adaptation activities that will be taking place without necessarily resulting in maladaptation initiatives. So appropriate consultations and appropriate programming, and also the benefits that really cascade to the communities in entirety. And I gave an example of consultation, why it is important to have not just consultation by virtue of saying we are doing this project, is this something that you are interested in, but to really talk them through, even in terms of transparency into the program that you're doing. Because one day they'll wake up and say, no, you said this, but you didn't say this. So take them through A, B, C, D, that they know what it entails. Because one day if you go to C and you only told them about A, B, they'll then just say, this is not what we want. And then you get a backlash into the project that you're developing. So transparency and accountability in the capacity building in project design is also very important in reducing any form of maladaptation that can exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Online questions, remarks? The Gambia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to recognize the importance of the regional capacity buildings that we have been having. These are important. So when I say through workshop, I'm not trying to underrate the capacity building that we have been having so far. My argument is, could there be a better way of doing it? And one of the things that I mentioned in my earlier intervention is one way of doing this. And also, we need to maybe also be aware of the fact that when it comes to knowledge sharing, there are certain things that are commonplace in climate change. They are science. But we know that climate change affects every country differently. So just because you have a knowledge sharing, it doesn't mean that the things that are happening in that country are going to be exactly in your national context. Now, how do we bridge that gap? I think the best way of doing that is to promote exchanges, fellowships, and also maybe to involve research institutions so that our local people can be trained in those institutions. Thank you.
We just got a message that we should wrap up in 2 minutes. So if there is any burning intervention that someone would like to make, otherwise we will close. No? Yeah. So we are closing this discussion session. Thank you so much for your participation. We ask you to stay in this room because the plenary session for feedback will be in this room. So the other 2 rooms will join us shortly. Thank you so much for your participation.